Hey Andrew, welcome. Good to see you back. Welcome Jade Dragon, welcome. Hey Abdul, welcome. Oh, well then, welcome. You know, it helps if I unmute my microphone. Don't worry, I didn't say anything that important. Welcome. We'll try that all again and cut out all that other crap. Welcome. If you're just stopping by and haven't been paying or haven't been here for the last few sessions, we're building the time tracker SaaS app, and it has basically the functionality you would imagine of your time tracker. Hello, Eduardo. Now people can hear me. Um, and we have added in clients, so you can kind of keep track of your clients. We added in projects, so you can organize, what you're working on by project. And then we did a little bit of the admin area as well, and kind of tied all that together. I was just saying, when people told me my mic was muted, that we're hosting it on Vercel and using Vercel's Postgres solution, which behind the scenes they use another company. That's fine. But their database goes to sleep super quickly. So like every time I go back to use the app, it crashes because the database is asleep, and the first request always fails, and then subsequent requests wake it up in the database. It'll work after that. So one of those just small little gotchas. Most free offerings do this for various database type things. They'll put, the database to sleep to save on compute power, right? If no one's using the database, then you don't need to have it running. But then, of course, the first time you try and use it, you're kind of out of luck. So just one of those little gotchas, that if you like host your own database on your own server, you won't have that problem. So there's definitely something to be said about that. I think Supabase does it a little nicer. They'll only put your application to sleep if it doesn't have traffic for like days instead of minutes. So something to be said about using Supabase for your Postgres database there. So yeah, we kind of left off last week having rounded out a large part of the application. And so what I want to do today, and I think we'll get through it all pretty handily, is we're going to jump right into Stripe billing and build out the subscription part of the application. And so that's going to involve, I already have a Stripe account, so you're not going to see me like sign up for a Stripe account, but it's going to involve using my Stripe account, right? Creating some plans in Stripe. Most of the time your SaaS application is going to have a few different plans, maybe like a cheap costed tier, and then like a pro plan, maybe even some customization at the high end. We're just going to do a single like yearly plan for this to walk through. This is how you set up, this is how you do all the billing, and how the entire life cycle of billing works. Show us the Stripe creation process by hiding the sensitive parts. Well, I'm not going to show you this account creation process, but I'll show you the other parts of the process. We can just kind of pop into my Stripe dashboard. There's nothing that crazy. But signing up for Stripe is very straightforward. So you kind of just go to their website, sign up, and then you get an account very quickly. You need to do a little bit of validation to use it in production, because at one point, like, Stripe has to send you money, and when money is involved, then like governments are involved, so people can't use money for illegal things. So there's always that part of it. But that being said, I think they do a good job, and it's pretty easy to sign up. And there are other companies too that you can do this sort of thing with, but we're going to use Stripe. So with that, I think we're going to jump in. So we're going to follow one of Stripe's guides basically and just kind of walk through the entire thing, right? And we're going to end up changing our database schema to account for that. We're going to end up building out a couple new pages and like API routes and handling it. We're going to get the core loop done for Stripe billing, and then we'll talk about how we can augment it with handling other parts of the subscription lifecycle. Everything from like a credit card failed, what do you do? Those sorts of things, right? So billing is definitely a reasonably complicated task. And fundamentally, at the end of the day, we want Stripe to handle as much of that as possible. And our application just needs to know the state of like the user and the plan, right? So if they've signed up for a pro plan, we need to know like, there's like a pro plan, they've signed up for it, they're paying for it, this is their current plan. Again, this is more of a demo for the application, so we don't have like exact things we would give them, but you could hide features or disable features based on the plan as a very common sort of thing. So with that being said, let's jump into our coding view. I think I have everything set up. Now people can hear me. Let's get our circle going, because circles are cooler. Boop. Boop. And now we can kind of get going. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this page. This is our production version. So let's do session for Stripe integration and fire that off. And that's our database going to sleep. Session for Stripe integration. Let's try that again. again, like first time just fails, thank you, but second time works fine. So certainly a little annoyed with how the database works on Vercel. I'll probably end up moving our database at one point because I don't really want my app crashing the first time something happens, especially when webhooks are involved. So this is one of those thinking ahead, right? Stripe is going to fire off webhooks to our application. And when they do that, our application needs to receive them with an API route handler. And if we're saving anything to our database and the first time that crashes, like we don't know when Stripe is going to send us that webhook again. It might be 30 seconds. They have to be like, oh, it failed. Let's try again. It might be 5 minutes. And then maybe the database went to sleep again. It might be the next day to say we're going to send webhooks every day, right? So we'll probably end up doing some migration at one point. Also, there's a bug here. What you've completed today, this is stuff I've done historically, not today. So we're going to have to fix that at one point. But every good application has bugs. You can track stuff. We have clients. We have our project view. And then we built out, our whole profile. This is on Google. And we have the team and building section here. So we're going to start with a billing and go ahead and just kind of start building this out. So Stripe subscription billing. Let's just do the guide. We want the docs. So here is their subscription documentation for Stripe docs, and they kind of walk through everything here, right? The idea is that we're gonna have a basic sort of plan, and we will charge the user on a cycle. Most commonly, it's monthly. I suppose we could do monthly. We'll see if that makes a big difference, right? Maybe it makes sense just for the demo purposes to be like, the plan is $1 a month. And then if you paid like per year, you could give them a discount and say like, instead of, $12 for that year, you would give them $10, right? And this is very common. It's better, thinking business-wise, right? When you're building out your company, it's better to have the user's money right now than it is to have it later. So even though a user might pay monthly and they'll pay that over 12 months, it's better to give them a little discount and to get that money now. And then they've prepaid for the entire year, which means they're more likely to use your application all year. They have fewer decision points. They see your statement less often. And it's good for basically everybody. They get a discount, you get the money right now, and hopefully they're a happy user for the entire year. Do you consider PlanetScale as an option for database? I think PlanetScale is pretty sweet. The only thing about PlanetScale is they host MySQL, right, as their database. They do everything with MySQL. And I have a small preference for Postgres. I think Postgres does a nicer job with their JSON handling, their JSON types, if you want to go down that route. And I think it's just personally, I think it's a better database. I think it's the best database. I really want like PlanetScale for Postgres, which is kind of what Supabase is, but Supabase is going in a more like Firebase, right? Google's Firebase. They're trying to like capture more of like, we can be most of your backend for your application, as opposed to PlanetScale, which is I am just your database. So for subscriptions, right, they have talked about a whole bunch of how this all works. If you're curious how subscriptions work at a high level, is probably a great thing to know. You have your product with your price. There's a subscription, which kind of belongs with the customer and generates invoices, right? We're not going to do all of this necessary, and there are no code options if you want to do this, but we're going to kind of integrate it into our application a little bit. Although we're certainly going to let Stripe handle a lot of this sort of work. Mainly things like a customer updating their credit card, right? That's something that we had to do at all times. And now we can just link out to Stripe's payment portal, which is a lot nicer, so we don't need to build our own customer portal. So, sample integration. So you can download this full app here. And I'll probably put this in the notes of, let's call it session 4 notes. Here's a link. I'll just drop it in the chat for people who want to kind of take a look at exactly what we're doing here. So this is a subscription page, and we're going to use Stripe Checkout. Stripe Checkout is their checkout page, which allows us to kind of tell Stripe what the user is going to be ordering. But then when it comes time to actually like doing the credit card buying and everything, we don't have to enter their credit card information. Now with Stripe, you're never entering their credit card information, right? Because you would always use their libraries to get the credit card information and then tokenize the credit card. And then you're just dealing with like, oh, this, credit card ID belongs to the user. So we want to touch as little money as possible. And we want Stripe to know, this is, they handle all the money stuff. And we just handle like, oh, you successfully signed up. Awesome. So first thing is first, create the pricing model. Build the pricing model with the products and prices. So we don't need to necessarily use the API here. They talk a lot about pricing models, right? Basic, starter, enterprise tier, this sort of stuff. There's a ton of way you can do this. We're going to have one tier, and we're going to call it Pro, and we're going to kind of go from there. So I'm going to sign in on my other browser, because I'm already signed in Stripe over here. Okay. So here is Ethan Mick LLC Stripe account, and here are some products, and I have this random thing created here for $30 a year. But we're going to make a new one, and we'll make it pretty specific to what's going on here. So add a product and make sure you are signed in again. Thank you, Stripe. So secure. And we're going to call this Time Tracker Pro. So it's just going to be a pro subscription to Time Tracker. Mostly used as an example. You probably don't need this. Just really helping out. And so here we have how you want to price it, right? And so there's a bunch of ways: package, graduated, volume, everything. And so what we want to do is we want to have some pricing. So we could do right, like daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, even custom. But I think we're just going to start with our standard pricing, and we're going to do $1, and we're going to say monthly, right? And then we can add another price, right? And say like, oh, or you could do yearly. And it's also recurring. And we're not going to worry about metered usage or anything else like that, right? And so the price information now is like $1 a month or $10 a year, right? And these are the prices that belong to the product. So the product itself is Time Tracker Pro, and how you access that is by paying one of these prices. And so if we say go ahead and save the product, now we have Time Tracker Pro with no image. There is 0 monthly recurring revenue, and we kind of have this entire detail right here. So here, if you had like customers that you just wanted to send something to like sign up, you could just create payment links and send it out, right? It's like no code at all, everything through the dashboard, super easy. I'm gonna move you a little bit. So that's cool. If you're doing some sort of relatively low tech subscription based thing, I don't know, mowing lawns in your neighborhood, right? Then you could just be like, I'm just going to create a plan here, and I'll send a payment link individually to each customer. If you only have a couple customers, this is a very easy way to do it. If you obviously are scaling to internet scale and building a software as a service, you don't want to be doing these things one at a time. So we have our product right here, and now we can go back to our guide and kind of continue on. So they recommend building a subscription page. So add pricing preview, add a page to your site to display your product and offer your customers an option to subscribe. When they click the checkout button, they'll be redirected to a Stripe hosted checkout page. Boop, 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 boop. The order is finalized when your customer redirects to the checkout page. They can't modify to that point. So when we send them to the checkout page, right? We're going to tell Stripe what we're checking out as. And so here they have just like subscribe to a cool product, very kind of straightforward. And then they're going to hit the form, which is going to hit the back end, and all of that. So we're going to offer something in our app that allows the user to do something similar. So we're now here in localhost, and obviously you're going to have some of this information on your home page, but the user, when they click like I want to sign up on your home page, right? They have to create an account and everything. So there would most likely be a way to edit or subscribe to your application in your onboarding flow, right? You want to capture that as quickly as possible, especially if somebody is signing up and they know they want Pro. Otherwise, what you're going to end up doing is like, well, if I just signed up and I want to like do some basic stuff, then I don't need billing right away. And so later I might be like, oh, well, you don't let me do clients, for example. I can't create any clients unless I pay for the Pro plan, right? And so we change this message to be like, hey, this is only available for the Pro plan. Buy now to get the Pro plan. And that would kick them out to something like our little billing page in the admin section. So admin billing. And here we want to say like what your current plan is and what your options are to buy. And there's a bunch of ways we can do this, but we're not going to focus. If you've been here before, we're not going to pay too much attention right now on trying to make this look like really, really pretty. And we're going to focus mostly on making it very functional. And then at the very end of all this, I might not even stream it. At the very end, we'll go through and kind of make the entire thing more robust and prettier. So here we have our billing code in our admin section. So admin billing page. And we just have content. It's the only thing that we have content for. And so this is going to be something more like, let's imagine we have like content here and then like action items over there sort of thing, as kind of like the rough stuff you're doing. So under billing, let's make a new section for content. And here we will do like current plan, and we'll probably have some description about like the current plan, or what your current plan is. I don't really have any content for this right now, so you can upgrade or downgrade at any time, right? You know, make them feel happy. And so now we're going to take this and we're going to put it in one div over here, and we'll have our button, which is actually going to be a form. And this will just be our button, and the variant will be, I think default's actually fine, so we don't need that. And we'll say like upgrade to Pro right now, and we'll change this out when we have more information about what the user subscription is. And now this can just be a submit button. And let's style this a little bit. So text font semi-bold, little bit of margin on the bottom is pretty good, and we want this entire thing to be flex, and the items are probably at the bottom for the entire thing. Oh, we want you to be flex, my bad. Okay, perfect. Then we'll add a nice big gap in there. All right, so now we're like, okay, billing, current plan, the plan you're currently subscribed to. We'll have like what the current plan is here when we get to that, and then upgrade to Pro is going to, well, upgrade you to Pro, the Pro subscription that we have, right? And this could be like the Pro subscription is a demo, right? Describe what the user is getting here. This looks like it kind of smushed my button a little bit, so I want a minimum width over here. Right, so instead of being smushed, let's do min width, a little more, 200 pixels or something. Nice gap, 200 pixels, upgrade to Pro. All right, so now when you click this, we need to do something, right? And so here they have create session checkout, and they're saying lookup key is gonna be the value of the price lookup key, checkout and portal button checkout. So let's go ahead and add in Pro is a year or month, you know, to be nice to, in our fictional little world, let them know how much they're about to pay. And now they can upgrade. So here they have a checkout button. The lookout key was added when you created the product and price in the first step. It is used to retrieve the price ID on the server. So we can add this into our form. Price lookup key. And then in our dashboard, right, we have an API ID, which I'm guessing is what we're going to do here. So there's, right, well, I guess we'll see exactly if I need to send the price versus, you know, letting them choose on the checkout page what exactly they're looking for. So we will snag that at one point. All right, so that's the checkout page. So we'll finish up the form with our form action in a second. They have a success page. They have a cancel page. Right, these we will add in when they cancel out of our flow, right? So if you get to like the billing page, you're like, okay, admin billing, and like, okay, I cancel. What do you do, right? For now, we can just send them back to the admin billing page for both of these because they're logged in. And so we will be able to just kind of say like, oh, well, we'll just look up the current plan every time. And then a customer portal button, we'll get back to that as well, mainly because we want to go ahead and boop, get to our install the Stripe stuff. So we need to install Stripe. Use pnpm install save Stripe. Stripe's been added. Restart the dev server. So now we can create the checkout session. And this is the same thing up here where we had the checkout button, right? So this form action was create checkout session. And it had the lookup key with the lookup whatever key that we have. And so this is going to create the checkout session. So now down here, this is the code, right, that executes this. Now they're using Express for their server. Hey, Webs. Great to see you. Yeah, enjoy the recording. So here, instead of using Express and having to do all that, we're just going to use next.js's server actions. We don't even need to do anything with API routes. We can just use the server actions. So we're going to copy this to start, and then we're going to change it. So on the billing page, let's have our first function, async function, yeah, create checkout session is perfect. We'll keep the same name, right? And so now we have to do use server at the top, and we're going to need to import Stripe. It looks like they want us to probably do this. right? So we need our API key. And this is our test key. And I believe that's the test key that actually works. So, you know, your mileage vary there. But we're always going to do this in test mode. We're not going to do it in production mode. So should be just fine for our little stream here, right? So we have to import it, and then we call it here. They just require it and do that. So I don't think we need to do that, right? So namespace, stripe. No. What's my TypeScript definition here? This is all JavaScript. Give me TypeScript. Oh, they do have it be a new one. All right. So, we can use the latest API version here because, whoopsies. Once you use the Stripe library, right, on your server, you're going to pin it to a certain API version. And so that way, you know you're not going to get something that just changes out from underneath you. So here we will do process.environment.stripe secret key, or that, and then we will double check what is in our environment. Cool. So here we can do Stripe secret key. And now we have our Stripe library set up. So here we have in our server session, our server action, right? Create checkout session. And so they're going to get the prices and list them with the lookup keys for data.product. So I just want to make sure we're doing the right lookup key. Well, I guess we'll find out in a second. So this is just going to be, instead of this, data.get, right, lookup key, because that's what it's called in our form. Lookup key down here. And we'll cast it to a string because we know it's a string for this. Okay, we'll pull it out to make sure it exists. Const lookup. Then we can just do lookup here. And it's going to expand the data product, so Stripe prices. So we will grab, for this, let's do Pro. So I'm gonna grab our API ID for the default, the $1 a month plan, right, which is this price. And so then when we list the prices, it'll expand into our product. So that should work. We'll just make sure we know what this looks like, right? We'll just do a quick log of like what the data looks like. So we can take a look on the server, and then they're gonna create a checkout session with the price that we have. And this should be, right, expanded into the product information, hopefully. And so then coming back, your domain here, this is gonna change depending on where we're hosted, right? So let's do, this is really gonna be the Vercel, right? Otherwise, it's localhost. So if we look up the Vercel environment variables, they have system environment variables, right? And so we want kind of like the Vercel URL. Yeah, so does not include the protocol. So we'll have to make sure we add that. And because we can also do the public one just so we know what it is. So here we can do this. And it said it did not include the protocol. So we'll want to make sure we include the protocol. So the domain is either going to be whatever we are on Vercel, including the preview branches, or it'll just be localhost. So that'll be the domain. And then of course here, we're just going to send them both to admin billing. Right, no matter what. And so that'll bring them back to this admin billing page, which is where they started from. And we can customize it with various URLs or things in the session or whatever that might be. But for now, we'll just send them back. And then we get to redirect them using next navigation. And we're just going to redirect with the session URL, which I guess might sometimes be null. I figure if it's null, it's probably catastrophic. So I'll have to come back to that. So create this. This now just becomes the form action. And now we can see what might blow up. So let's see if we get our prices correctly, if that's doing what we expect. And then if we do, the session should work. So here in our terminal, we can go ahead and look at the logs if anything explodes. Do a hard refresh here to make sure we've got the most recent everything. And then I feel like my head's at the top of the screen. Whoop, whoop. And then upgrade to Pro. All right, so prices.data 0 ID failed, which means our prices object list data nothing was not correct, right? So object prices data, that was not what they were looking for. So the lookup key is Stripe prices update price ID lookup key. Oh, it's like a friendly name. You cannot be set from the dashboard. Interesting. That's why I don't know exactly what it is. Well, that explains it. So price ID can be found. We have the price ID. If I edit the price, yeah, we have a price ID, but I can't set the lookup key. Interesting. Okay, so Stripe set lookup key. Let's just go to their docs. Stripe command line. Right, product ID, currency. Yeah, you can set like a lookup key here. Interesting. All right, try command line. Let's go. Copy. Brew install the Stripe command line. Oh boy, hopefully this does not take that long, because that would be a fun stream, wouldn't it be? So the lookup ID is like a user-friendly thing instead of the ID itself, which we could probably honestly do like lists with, instead of like There's probably a way to list params. Right, lookup key only return prices for the given product. We could probably just like pass in product ID instead of creating this active created currency expand. Maybe we can just do product instead of this. Given that we have a product ID here. Wonder what that looks like for our code. Click again. No such product. Oh, we need to make sure, I guess, we're in the right mode here. So I created that product in not test mode. So let's create a new product in test mode. Time Tracker Pro. And let's just do the same thing. This is $10. Let's do $1 a month. Right, and then add another price, standard pricing, $10 a year. Perfect. Save product. This is test. So we can now take this ID and toss it here. And let's see now what happens if we refresh. Okay, still got no such product. Which, you know, definitely exists. Test data, product, perfect. Edit, don't need to edit it. Okay. So we can go back to the other plan and let's log into Stripe here. On our command line. Okay. Perfect. So we've now logged in and we can go to the lookup key, update a price ID. And so the idea is here, I wonder if it's going to know if it's test mode or not. Stripe, command line, set test mode. I don't know if I need to set it in test mode or not, right? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. No. Don't think so. Hopefully it's smart enough to figure it out. We'll find out. So we can take our price ID, right, and here, lookup key, this will be, do they have a recommendation for what this was? They kind of had, not really. Let's see, we don't need you. We'll do pro monthly, I guess. Okay. Pro monthly lookup key is attached to a product. Okay, and doesn't look like I need to specify any of that information. Sweet, 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 sweet. So this should now, if we do this lookup key, right, of value pro monthly here with the lookup key, then we can go back and say lookup keys and this lookup key. Let's give that a try. Come on, Stripe. Let's get to the fun stuff, not looking up your silly data. Refresh. All right, so we had the same sort of thing, right? Prices object list is not doing what we need it to do. We are in test mode, which is perfect, exactly where we need to be. We have our lookup key. We are looking it up. This should be fine. I guess we can even just, we don't even need all that, right? We can just do the pro monthly like this, just to eliminate that. What I think, starter plan, they have a lookout key, create session, build the pricing model. We did all this just fine. Monthly, $10, yearly, save product, perfect. Okay, yeah, we did that. Checkout button, success portal, redirect, install. Okay. Lookup keys expand. Use prices to retrieve the product of the price. So this is per unit production. Here's our pro monthly, clearly listing here. So we can list it probably by ID. My guess. Right, we can do lookup keys here even. Pro monthly. Okay, so what are we doing differently between these two? Maybe we have our API version, API keys, viewing our test API keys. Oh, that might not be the API key we want. Let's go ahead and change out that API key. Restart the server. Stripe lied to me. And refresh. Upgrade to Pro. Boom! All right, for people who survived that, Welcome to the Stripe checkout page. So here it says who you're buying it from. We're in test mode, subscribe. So this is the pro monthly time tracker Pro. You can put more descriptions, information, stuff here on this side. And make it a little bigger for all you people in the chat. And then you can go ahead and pay with card. And so Stripe has some successful payments and everything, right? So you can do these sort of credit card examples and it should basically ignore everything except for the fact that this number is a test one, right? And so then you can click subscribe, processing, and fires us back to our page, which of course was undefined instead of localhost. So let's go ahead and fix that. So it got HTTPS, so it got this, which of course is going to be true, right? Because that's always going to be truthy. So let's do that, and then we can just say, if there is a Vercel URL, then do that. Otherwise, do this. So this is what it looks like when it comes back. Success true, session ID with this session ID, right? So CS, test, and all that. So now we successfully got them to buy our Pro monthly plan. So obviously here on our page, let's get us back to our page, right? We want the user to be able to know like what exactly they want to buy, Pro versus like monthly, yearly, all of that stuff. So we'll need to update this to be a little more clear to like what they're trying to buy, Pro, monthly, yearly, however you want to pay it. Because once you send them to the checkout page, like that's it. This is exactly what they're buying. Okay, so now we have our domain correctly fixed and we saw that this worked successfully. Hey Harish, we're implementing Stripe. We're going through and letting people pay for your SaaS. So if we continue with our guide, right? So we did this with our lookup key. Now that we set it, but you have to set the lookup key on the command line. Specify the payment methods. In this case, you can do this on the dashboard. Several payment methods. Use the dashboard to enable any you want to accept. So if we copy this, right? So here is the dashboard. And so you can say like how you want to do all of this. And so some of these are enabled by default. Others you have to go through and turn on, right? So turn on, click, click, click. And you can basically turn on as many of these as you want. I've touched this page very, very little. So things that are like popular in Austria are just used by default. Stripe takes care of all that for us. So that's awesome. Define the line items. So this is our checkout session. So the price is associated with the product, right? On your servers, pass in predefined ID defined. We're doing a subscription here, right? You can also do payment and setup modes. And so if you're doing just like a one-time payment, you could do payment instead of a subscription. Specify the URLs for success and cancel. Make sure they're publicly accessible so Stripe can redirect customers to them, right? You can obviously handle them both in the same URL. So that's what we're doing. We're handling everything on that billing page. And then Stripe will add the checkout session ID on success so you can retrieve the customer later. So this is the one important thing that we're going to want to do, right? Once they've successfully checked out and paid you for your subscription, what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to say like, well, we need to remember like who you are, the user who paid for this subscription. And so we're going to go ahead and get their customer information that we can, their ID, and save it in our database so we can associate our user in our application with the Stripe user that Stripe knows, right? And that's going to be the way we can connect these together. All right, so then we redirect to the checkout. This is awesome because we're just using next.js's redirect navigation there, and it's perfectly good. So the other thing that they have here on their server is the portal session. And so the Stripe customer portal is a secure Stripe hosted page that lets your customer manage the subscription and billing details, right? And so the create portal session needs to get the session ID, and then it goes ahead and sends them to that page. And so this session ID, right, comes from the create portal session. The create portal session has this session ID embedded within it, right? And so, okay, so the session ID, blah, 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 thanks, React, right, comes from that session that they get sent back to. So when they check out successfully, they get sent back to the page with a session ID in the URL. Here, they read out the session ID and they show the success page saying, hey, you successfully did it. Congratulations, you checked out with that session ID. But what we really would much rather do, right, is we'd much rather say, okay, when you've successfully checked out, then we want to save like the session, really want to save like the user information so we can look it up later, as opposed to the session information, which I think is going to expire at a certain amount of time, right? So yeah, so checkout session.customer. Checkout session is the Stripe checkout sessions retrieve session ID. So that gives you a checkout session, and this gives you a customer ID, which is how you get the portal. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to save that information. That's the key information here for our flow right now. So if we go to Prisma, now the easiest place to save this is on the user. And if you aren't doing anything with teams and you aren't doing anything with like roles and all of that, then saving the Stripe customer on the user is a totally fine thing to do, because you only ever have like one user. So if your SaaS application is just a single person, then the user is the same thing as like whoever the Stripe person is. In a larger SaaS app where you're going to have potentially teams of people using it, whoever is like the user is not necessarily, right, the person who like does the billing. The billing is sort of this separate concept now, where you're probably going to have someone who manages the billing, but the billing really just belongs to like the tenant as a whole. The billing kind of like belongs to this entire thing. So what we can actually do here for now is we can just add in Stripe customer ID. And so we can say like the tenant is the thing that holds all the billing information, and a user is going to set that up, but it's not necessarily going to be like that user themselves, right? So it'll be optional because we don't need it. And then we can go ahead and do Prisma add Stripe customer ID. This is going to blow up all of our information, which is fine. This is local. And now we will need to relog in because we just lost all of our users and stuff. So here, we can go here, log out, refresh, sign in to Google. I need to get my password because this is my developer build. Boop. All right, so we're back in. We have nothing being tracked, no clients because we deleted everything, which is just fine. So now we have our Stripe ID. And so what we're going to do is the success URL. If a user successfully checks out, right, we want to redirect them. And we're going to say, well, we want you to go to admin billing success. And so we're going to make a new route. And I don't know if this is like the best way to do it, but we're going to do it this way. So it's the success route, but we're going to make it an API route. So we're not going to make it just a regular page because we don't really need to go through that whole hassle of like loading a page and like getting the session ID from the URL and blah, 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 blah. What we really just want to do is we want to take the session ID from the URL, look up the Stripe customer, and then save that to our database. And then we'll just redirect them back to the billing page with our database now having information in it from the request. So export async function, it's a get. Is the name of the route, right? And here we need to go ahead and pull out the URL params, right? So here there is a next request, which is a server object, server request, web standard, and stop. Oh my God, Copilot is so wrong here. We want to get, we told it what to do in the billing page, the session ID. So session ID equals the request dot query params. We want your what? Next URL. I think we actually do just URL, right? Oh, but the next URL is parsed, so that's the nicer one to do. And then we have to parse it ourselves, I guess, because they're not giving me the parsed parameters. Search params. There we go. Get session ID. Whew. They make that a trek, don't they? So then we can say, if not session ID, then we will just redirect them again back to the admin billing page because that's where they'll handle everything, right? And then otherwise we can now await Prisma tenant update. We're going to want to, let's see here. Oh, they should be, this request coming in, right, is going to be redirected. I guess the question is there going to be, there should be our user session, right? So because we have the cookie still, so we can just do get user session. And so now we can just update the ID where user.tenant.id. No. Oh, it hasn't updated its types. That's why it's so confused. I'm like, what? What is happening? Tenant update args. You gotta refresh the types, right? Here we want the Stripe customer ID. So, and to get that, we can look at their example code. Create customer portal session. So here they grab the session ID and then they got right the checkout session, and that had a customer associated with it. So instead of putting the Stripe code all over the place, let's go ahead and make a new, we're going to use this in a couple places, right? A new Stripe. And now we can just take all that and move it over here. And we can just export our Stripe things. Now it's easier to import. We can just import it from libstripe, and then we'll do the same thing here. So the checkout session is a Stripe response checkout check-in, which is perfect. And here we're now going to save the checkout session customer, which is either going to be a string, a customer, or deleted customer. For checkout sessions in payment or subscription mode, checkout will create a new customer object. So let's double check exactly what this looks like, because it being an object is pretty different than it being an ID. And I don't know if there's just like a customer ID, which is kind of just what we want. No. So this is the checkout session dot customer. And we're just gonna take a look at what that looks like. Customer ID. And then we might just need to and then once we've saved it, we can just redirect them back to the admin building page. So, running through that all again, when you click Upgrade to Pro, it's going to send you to Stripe Checkout. And here we can do our test card, which is all 4 twos. And so now, when we finish this, it's going to send us back to, actually, did we update that? It will send us back to, yes, the admin building success page, which the admin building success page is now an HTTP API handler. Hey, welcome, Vits. And so the API handler is now just going to look up what that session ID is, grab the customer information, and we're going to save it to our database. And so now we'll have that so we can look it up whenever we want. So click this, let it go through its thing, saves, localhost admin billing success, perfect. We did get a 500, so let's go ahead and look at our database, right? So here, this is what we were thinking. This is our price information, never mind. Nope, so Stripe ID is customer, so it was a string, right? You can see right here that that is the string unknown argument Stripe customer ID for tenant update. That's just wrong. It doesn't, you see that it doesn't have our updated stuff. So in our schema, I guess we can also just update this while we're here. That should be projects. Our Stripe customer ID is right here, clearly added in our schema. Let's just generate our client again because it's freaking out at us. And then let's go ahead and just push it to the database to make sure all that should be synced, which it says it is. So we can do post-to-go and look at locally, and then locally there's a Stripe customer ID. It's a little hard to see, I know, but it's there. So this turned out to be a string, so I think it's okay to cast it as a string. And we should be all good. So let's just restart and run through that flow again, and it should work. Stripe. All right. User goes to billing. They click upgrade to pro. They want to give us money. We're in test mode, so 42, 42, 42, 42 is the magic number here. None of these matter. And we can now subscribe once again. Thank you, test mode. It redirects us. All right. Thank you, Prisma, for behaving. So now the customer ID you can see here in the logs is our customer, right? And now we've saved it to our database. So if I refresh, the Stripe customer ID has been populated for our tenant. So now our tenant, we know what customer they are. And so we can clean this up. This looks good. And then it just redirected us, right, after all that, back to our billing page. Now that we are on the billing page, we can start doing a few more fun things to be like, well, if they have a customer ID, right, we should let them manage the customer information. And so our page is going to start getting a little more complicated, but that's going to be okay. We can actually break this up in a bunch of smart ways, I think. So current plan, upgrade to pro. Let's just go ahead and make a new little section. And we'll make this a little better in a second. But this will be manage plan. We'll call it manage plan. And this will be, you can manage your plan here. Right, and so instead of creating the checkout session, what we're doing now is we're letting them go to their customer portal and edit their information. And so what this does is we don't need a lot of this now. We just need to create a portal session and redirect them to the portal. So let's create another server handler, async function, create portal session. I don't even think we need anything in it. Right, and so this is going to not use that. What we're going to do here is we're going to say get the user, right? And now we can get the tenant by doing Prisma tenant find So we're basically looking up from our database now what the tenant is. Because instead of using this checkout customer, we're going to do the tenant dot customer ID. And so here we can now just do a quick check. If there is no tenant, like something catastrophic happened, so we should just explode. And the other thing we can do is we can say, like, if there's no Stripe customer ID, then we also know that they can't do this. Our user interface is going to hide these actions so the user like can't get in trouble by clicking buttons they're not supposed to. But these are good sanity checks to do, to be like, okay, it's possible there is no tenant if like really, it's impossible. But it's possible there is no Stripe customer ID if they tried to execute this without having subscribed yet, right? So we'll just catch those. And then we have a return URL, which Stripe does what? They did, just your domain. So we'll just do the same thing. We'll just say, come back to our domain, admin billing. This is where you're coming back to. And then we're not doing res redirect, right? We're doing the portal session URL. So this is now create portal session. And so for this form, we don't need that input. And this is not upgrade to pro. This is like manager user, right? Update billing, we'll call it. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we want that to be as wide as possible. Flex grow. Perfect. So we'll give this a little more space now. Let's do space up and down 12, make it kind of big. Perfect. So current plan, manage plan. So we click update billing. You get sent to your awesome Stripe billing page. So it says what our current plan is because they know who we are and our customer is. When our plan renews, the payment method we used, which was our fake Visa card, billing information, and you can just like click any of this. You can update it, click cancel. You can update your card, add a payment method, change it all out. Like all of this without having to do anything. Like, oh my God, it's awesome. It is so awesome, and it is so nice to not have to build all of this stuff yourself, right? So in terms of, move quick as a SaaS company, highly, highly recommend you take advantage of using their subscriptions, obviously, but also like their no code flows, because it just makes our life so much easier. I mean, we basically very rudimentary in 1 hour and 20 minutes built subscriptions, which is fantastic. The only thing we tripped on was setting up the lookup keys, which they didn't say how to do in their documentation. So I will give us points for that. Okay. This is now the last little tricky part. Which they kind of gloss over as like, here's all these very cute, very specific steps. And then, oh, here's the last thing, by the way. So after a successful payment, a confirmation page displays. At this point, it's safe to provision the product for the customer. And that means you have to verify the status of the subscription and then grant them access to the product feature they subscribe to, right? So this is like the part that Stripe doesn't know how to do in our application. So we can create our portal sessions, we can create the checkout session, right? But then we have to basically be able to handle an incoming webhook and handle that for the Stripe subscription lifecycle. And so what let's just walk through this because this is the crazy part. So there's an endpoint secret that we'll get from our dashboard. And this allows us to validate that whatever information is coming in did come from Stripe. So we'll add that to our environment. If we have our endpoint secret, which of course we would right there, it's right there, then we're going to get the Stripe signature and we're going to use the Stripe SDK, right, to validate that it is valid. And if it's not, we'll throw an error code. So now we know that from this webhook, we actually have a legit request coming from Stripe. And so they have this request body, they call it an event. And so in the event, we are taking a look at the type. And these types are going to vary depending on what you, the user, the developer, are building, right? So here we have a trial will end. So if they started a subscription trial, we're going to get a webhook 7 days, 30 days, a year after their trial that says like, hey, their trial is going to end. And so here we can then say, okay, what's the subscription? What is the status? And then we need to do something, right? We need to handle what happens when that trial ends. Now, for a trial ending, that might be just sending them an email. Hey, thanks for trying out our product. That's a transactional sort of thing. Your trial is about to end. Please sign up and pay us money. Otherwise, the subscription was deleted. So if the subscription is deleted, then they are no longer subscribed. I imagine that happens when the trial ends. It also happens when they just cancel, right? So if we go back to our plan, right? There's a giant cancel plan here, and that will delete the subscription. And then created. This is like, okay, you actually subscribed, so they created the subscription, or they updated it in some way, billing, address, etc. Most of that you can probably ignore if you're doing stuff purely through Stripe and online, but if they update their address, that could be very important if you're physically shipping them things, right? You need to keep whatever systems are in sync here. Or just, refetch information from Stripe when you need to. And then if there's anything else, just log it to what's going on. So we are not doing that right now. So now we need to handle this. And the webhook, right, looks like it's just a JSON sort of webhook coming in. So what we can do is, let's not put this in admin because it might be used in other places for our Stripe lifecycle, but it is part of like the app much more than like the marketing page itself. Although we're going to have to turn middleware off for it. So remember that. So we'll call this, let's put a top level actually. Let's call this API, and then we'll do webhook route. Put them in the API directory. Yeah, Abdul, I made one. Part of me says like, you don't have to do that, right? You don't have to do that in the app directory. You don't have to prefix all of your API routes with API. Like you can just have /webhook and that works fine. But it probably helps for organization to do it, right? So we have API auth already, so we'll just keep that trend going for API webhook. And here it's a post request, so export async function post. We have our next request coming in. And then we'll just get the imp data, right? So that's just, you have to do request.json. And I don't think they have types for, oh, they do? No. What we really want is like, it's a promise for any, but we really want it as a, a type, but that's fine. So wonder if we can do that nicely. They obviously don't use their types here, but we know event type, they create their event. So we'll just construct it from this. So we'll import our library. So this is a Stripe event. We'll import Stripe or undefined, obviously because it's undefined. And so here it wants a payload to be string instead of JSON. So we're going to do our request instead of doing JSON. We'll just get the text. Right, and then we'll grab those from our dashboard, cast that to any, and then here we'll do next response. And if you create a new one, you can pass in a body, and you can also pass in the response codes somewhere in here. I want to say that's what we're doing, response in it, but Oh, global. Yeah, status. There you go. So now you can do like, you have to stringify it. It's kind of annoying. Invalid payload. And you can say status 400 as a bad request. And so now we have to grab the signature from the headers. Get the Stripe signature, and this, we'll just default it to an empty string. And then we have an endpoint secret, right? Which we will get from our environment because it'll be different in different places. So Stripe webhook secret. We will pull that. Where do we? Does it tell me where I get this? Create and in the dashboard. Here we go. Test webhooks. Okay, we're going to add an endpoint. Oh, we can, yeah, cute. So, right, here's here's our developers, API key webhooks. And we're in test mode, right? So you can't do anything too bad to my account. So we can add an endpoint, but we can also listen with our CLI. This is like production, so we'll set it to like our Vercel account, right? And description, then it's events on our account. And you can select which ones you want. But for locally, since we installed the Stripe CLI, right? We can now just do this instead of, we'll do this, and then it's API webhook, right? And so now we're like, okay, cool. And then they just give us a temporary one, right? This is only going to last for the length of the session. And so we can add the temporary one here. Did I copy that wrong? Cannot find. Oh, it's wow. It's not an object. Whew, need more coffee. Speaking of coffee, I should get some coffee. So I know it restarts, but we'll just restart it just to be safe. And so now, oh no, to delete my thing. Oh, it gave me the same one. Nice. Right now we can test. We can test things out by saying like, oh, payment intent succeeded, subscription, invoice payment succeeded. So let's do just like, sure. That's probably a pretty important one. I wonder what else we can do, but if we grab that and we look at our code, right? So we have our event and we set it to here. So we should be able to just console.log the event for our webhook and see what that looks like. And then we'll return a next response JSON, which will be, a 200. And so this way Stripe knows we got it. And so here we can now test, copy that and fire this off. Okay, so we got, it looks like a 307, and we had to compile middleware. So I believe right now at this point, our middleware is blocking this. So if we jump over, you can go back over here now. I don't need you. right? We want to change our protection. Don't quote me on that. So now, instead of doing everything, we're going to only do, right, certain paths. And we're basically going to protect the application. So this is where it might be useful to right, there's an argument for putting everything under an app path here, because otherwise what we have to do is we have to do admin clients, right, projects. We have to protect each section because these are all top level, and track. And then we don't want to protect the auth route, obviously. There's also an argument for, like, you could just say, like, don't protect the API route, but that's probably not what we want either. And this way we get our homepage back that doesn't, like, do anything. So if we update our server and then run this again, we now get a 404, which is not quite what you expect, is it? So here we want to go back to our app. And it looks like we're good. Let's double check our authentication is doing what we expect it to do. Oh, I guess I have a logout button these days. Okay, so if I'm signed out, okay, we're still getting redirected on the home page, which we're not expecting because we're not protecting it anymore. So, right, matcher dashboard export. If you only want to secure certain pages, that should be the case. So admin client projects track, these are the pages we want to protect, which is the pages we have in our application. But otherwise, like, oh, I see, we're doing this now. The home page redirects to track, which is protected. Okay, so that's fine. Hey Dad Bod, welcome, welcome. We mostly just integrated Stripe. It took like 1 hour, which was awesome. And now we're trying to figure out all the other Stripe things to add. So in our billing section, we currently have our billing plan and everything, but we're getting a 404 on our webhook, right? 3000 API webhook. Let's do a sanity check, shall we, chat? In our app directory, API webhook, and it is a post request, right? Webhook received. So we're not even getting webhook received. Which we would expect to get. API webhook, it's a post request to here. Export async function post webhook route. This is the correct file. API. Oh, it's a webook. Guys, you gotta help me on these things. Woo! All right. Now that we have a webhook, we got our 200 okay. So this is how you can test things with Stripe, which is sweet. So we got events for all of these incoming things, right? So we got our event, and they have a type. So payment intent created, and then charge succeeded, and lastly, payment intent succeeded. So now we kind of want to see what these look like, right, for our subscription. And there's a whole bunch of these. as shown in our Stripe documentation, right? Where we have our event and we get the subscription and we get the status. The most important is probably going to be created. So let's kind of go through and see what that looks like now. Since we have our Stripe command line working, I think this will just work the way we want it to. If I go ahead and do upgrade to Pro and do like a totally new user with the same credit card, right? So here we got prices. Oh, this is just our, that's not a webhook. That's our application API 6 page. So we can delete, we know what this is now. We can delete you. We can delete you. We can fix you later. So if we subscribe now, I'm kind of expecting to see several webhook events fire off. Okay, here we are, right? Oh, we got a ton of them. Whoo, baby. Yeah. Wow, we can do a lot of stuff here. We don't need to do a lot of stuff, but we can do a lot of stuff. So this API, right, we're going to get hit a lot by this, which isn't bad. It's just, so basically, when we subscribed, all of those events, everything that the checkout does, fires off webhook events for everything, right? So we can go on the webhook page and even like limit the events we're looking for, but the code can do that to itself. So either way is probably fine. So we have like checkout session completed, right? And this is probably the most like high level one, which is like, okay, they checked out, they succeeded, which is awesome. And we can get things like the status, the subscription. We can get any other sort of information. We also have the customer right here, right? So we could, in theory, try to tie together, the user and the customer. I'm going to go in reverse order. We have payment intent created. We have the charge succeeded on the credit card. The payment intent succeeded. Subscription updated. So here's probably, right, we're going to have invoice paid, invoice updated. Here's the customer subscription created event, right? And so now we can use this to be like, okay, we know that the subscription worked. The customer has created it. I'm trying to think. There's a customer ID in it. Days until due, all the subscription sort of stuff. We don't have any trial stuff as well or metadata. So the most important thing for our webhook really is we need to like listen for when a user cancels their subscription to downgrade their account. Because when they finish the checkout, we redirect back to our application. We use that to look up their Stripe customer ID and save that to the database. So we don't need to listen for that on the webhook side. Once they get to like our success route, we know they've upgraded to Pro. But what's going to get us is a user upgrades to Pro and then they cancel. And when they cancel, it's going to update the subscription and say like, okay, like your subscription ends in 25 days at the end of the month. And, then when it happens, it's going to be deleted. So if we look again, right, at our spacing and we say, okay, well, now we have a customer, right? And we go to update billing. What does it look like when they cancel? Your plan renews on August 11th. So they hit cancel plan, right? Your plan will be canceled, but is still available. Cancel. It's too expensive. And we look at our webhooks. Bum, 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 bum. There's a customer subscription updated. It's customer subscription updated. Billing portal session. That's fine. We don't need a billing portal. So really, somewhere in here, we might need to make another like API request, right? Maybe under status active. Oh, it's still status active. I'm trying to see like how can I know that they like canceled it? Oh, Stream Elements. Congratulations, you're back. Collection method charge automatically. Current period end date. Days until due. Yeah, I'm not actually seeing the sort. I would expect, I guess, status to be like canceled, but that's not the case. Although, okay, there's previous attributes, cancellation details. So maybe that's what we look for. Customer subscription, updated previous attributes. These are all updated. So you kind of have like, it has, I guess, the data object and then the previous. Cancel at was null, canceled at. So I would expect now, yeah, so okay, so cancel at period, cancel at. So all these were added basically when they went ahead and canceled. So when we get a customer subscription updated, then we can look at the cancel at and we can add that potentially to the user to say like, okay, well, when the cancel at time comes, then we're going to, you know, downgrade your account. So you kind of have, right, you need to keep track of the Stripe customer to be like, okay, what Stripe customer are you? If you want to go to your portal, how do you do that? Blah, blah, blah. Then you also need to keep track of the plan itself. And basically, is it like active or not? And then if it's not active, or if it is active, right, like when is it going to be canceled? And these are all the things we have to track in our application. I don't think there's a super simple way to bring all that together. Right? We kind of have like, there's like a plan. Prisma enum. I don't know if I actually want to go down that route, do I? How well do you handle enums, Prisma? Oh, that's okay. Enum role, right? That seems good. And then you can just do role at default. That seems good. So we can do an enum, right, for plan, and we can do like free and pro as our enum. What is this? What are you yelling at me for? Based on GraphQL syntax doesn't. I don't think that's the case. I think you're wrong. So now when they create a tenant, by default they will be on the free plan. Homegrown data structures, downgrades, side grades, a complete mess if you don't account for them early on. First of all, Chris Lates, it is great to see you, man. Set of homegrown data structures. Downgrades and side grades are a complete mess if you don't account for them. Yeah. I mean, billing, right? Billing itself can just turn into what a crapshoot. So I'm trying to figure out the fewest number of data structures or data values possible to account for all these things, right? Like you're either on a free plan or not. So here we have like the plan and our tenant now. Good to finally catch the stream. Love what you're doing. Thank you, man. And then you have a Stripe customer ID, which will exist or not. So if they create their account there on a free plan, there's no Stripe ID, right? And then when they upgrade, they're going to have a Stripe ID and a plan, so we can manage the life cycle basically that way. And then there's going to be, I guess, like this last field for like, it's almost like recheck at, or like update at, or canceled at. It's not quite canceled, although that's the closest thing I can think of, right? Where, and this feels like it should just be a cron job that kind of runs every day or so. Let's write it out and then walk through it. Let's say let's call it Stripe check at. And the idea is, yeah, expiration date. Let me see if that is the best thing. Cause maybe this isn't the use case, right? It's like, what we're trying to capture is the state of a user has canceled their plan, but their plan has not expired yet. So expiration date, right? I hear you, Mr. I work in databases a lot. And then, so basically we're going to listen on our webhook for the incoming thing to say, like, when has your subscription updated? Check to see if there's that cancellation time. If there is the cancellation time in there, then they've canceled it. And that means, like, okay, we don't do anything yet, except we should update, your building portal accordingly when you view the page to be like, oh, hey, like, you're going to expire soon. Like, you have 10 days left of your account, blah, blah, blah. But we can do all that on load, right? We don't need to. I think trusting that Stripe's APIs are never going to go down is going to be much better in the long term than trying to synchronize data between our systems. So, and then sometime in there, right, they can just renew their subscription. So here we canceled our subscription, right? So like we're going to be expired on August 11th, and then we can just renew it. We can just renew it here, right? And so once we do that, right now I get Did you send me more information? Like now it's, I don't know. I don't even think I got a webhook for this. Right now I'm renewed, which means I'm no longer expiring. And since I'm no longer expiring, I need to now handle that use case. Now, yeah, now. So now to be fair, if this was, if you did call this expiration date, you could just set it to null again. Right? You could just reset it to null to be like, okay, if you canceled, then we have an expiration date. And if you renew, now we don't have an expiration date. Okay? But then there's also, I think a user, unless we kick them out of here, which I don't think we want to do, right? Here's our invoice history. It's a beautiful invoice. So like, if a user cancels, they cancel, and they cancel, no thanks, right? So now I've canceled. So we got a bunch of, we got one webhook for that to say our cancel period. Right, there we go. So cancel at period, cancel at, like, okay, that's as expected. Okay, And now what happens, right? If I now just sit here until August 11th and then come back to my account and I want to like look at my old invoices, right? And so I go to my time tracker. I'm like, oh yeah, what did I pay for this app? I forget. I go to the billing section. It says manage plan. I don't think I want to like hide the customer portal button if they're not a current subscriber, because that's where your historical invoices are, right? So like if you've ever had a plan, you should be able to go back to your portal to be able to get that information. So then I say, okay, go to customer portal, and I click this. And then I go, oh yeah, I canceled it. I have a bunch of invoices. Can I still click renew even if it's like August 15th and just like renew the plan and keep going? Or do I have to go through the checkout flow again? Right here they sent me a new event when I updated that. The previous attributes cancel at, yeah. So now cancel at is null again. So that's expected. So I guess my question is, if a user gets to their customer portal and can they renew a subscription that's expired there, or do they have to go back through the checkout flow? And if they go through the checkout flow, this all works fine. But if they do it in the portal, then our webhook has to listen for those events. I think expiration date works fine, and we'll figure out the rest of it here. All right, expiration date. Store the subscription ID in addition to the customer ID. People expect that cancel means you forgot their info. So you're saying that when they click cancel, but then like they can't get invoices, right? Like if they cancel, I mean, I basically don't do anything until their subscription ends, right? And then when their subscription ends, I mean, is that bad? I'm not remembering their credit card information. Stripe's remembering their credit card information. Not to remember, like, Stripe has a whole bunch of ways to like get it and check out. I don't know. Let's feel it out. You're doing bad things. I'm using Stripe. I'm not doing bad things. I hear what you're saying though, right? Like, if the user, isn't this fun? This is like what software is all about. It's like so much less about just like what the exact code needs to do and so much more about like what the user expects your application to do. This is like the best part about software engineering. If the user cancels, I expect to be able to renew until my subscription ends. And then once my subscription has ended, if there's a free tier, I go back to the free tier, right? And then I guess like I guess I'm still a little caught up on the fact that like if I paid you money, I need to be able to get to those invoices. Like I have a business, I need to be able to like send those invoices to my accountant or something, right? Like once I've paid you money, I feel like I can't just hide the button even once your subscription expires. I think there's a lot of wording around it that we could do, like view historical payments or like view past subscription, like, or I could also just like pull in all of the invoice details myself, right? But then I'm duplicating Stripe's work. But the idea, like, once I have paid money and I have invoices, I need to be able to get back to that page, even if I don't have a current subscription. Because, like, it's going to be the end of the year. You're going to be doing your taxes. You're going to be like, oh, yeah, actually, I did pay a ton of money. Like, yes, it's in your email. Yes. But, like, yeah. I think I can get away with just having the expiration to start and just like maybe have a lot of wording around like what the current status of your subscription is in the portal. It's in the billing page itself, so a user is not confused. I'm going to try that to start. We're going to try that. And no one's going to pay for this, so it's not the end of the world if it's not perfect. Subscription, customer, start, end, would accomplish. Yeah, like, right, like you had a subscription from this time to this time. If we had all that information, we could also just like pull in the invoices from Stripe too, right? It's like you could hide the customer portal button entirely and be like, here are your past invoices, trying to avoid pulling in the invoices just because it's more UI to build, right? All that being said, customer subscription updated is what we want. So go back to our webhook. Here we have this, we validated it, we have our webhook. So now we can do the switch of event type, and we can do this, and there's a lot of these. But basically what we want to know is if this has, we saw it up here, right? Data object. If cancel at is a number, so not null, cancel at is greater than canceled at, perfect. We can do if subscription cancel at, then we will await we need to figure out what that is in a second. Update where, and the data is going to be, I guess we could probably get it by stripes by the customer. And this is expiration date. Okay, first let us refresh our types. Update, 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 update. First, let's migrate our data structure. Can you show an example of customer invoice? Yeah, Loki, Zoki, sorry, not Loki. Add expiration to tenant. So we'll do that. Let's just do a quick generate. Okay. Dev. So Stripe's invoicing lets you have all your branding and stuff attached to it. So you can set that up in the account and then you click it. And this is kind of like what the invoice looks like, right? So invoice paid, $1, the number, payment date, payment. You can download an invoice or receipt. You can see all the extra information that you paid here, itemized and everything, the amount paid. And if you download it, you can download it as a PDF. And this is what it looks like as a PDF. So, you know, here's the branding that you would change in your Stripe account. That's me DOSing myself. And yeah, so that's what they look like. I'll build those myself too when I'm just like invoicing clients and stuff. Yeah. It is super convenient. It is a great way, just like you don't need to like rebuild all of that, right? So in our code, that should have refreshed now. So we can save this. We can delete that, fix this. Yeah, it helps that the Copilot servers are running today. GitHub's not melting. So here's the tricky thing that we're going to need to update. And we'll see how hard this is. Stripe has this concept of metadata for a lot of their stuff. And when they send us, right? When they send a event in a webhook, we basically want to take this event and then look up for our system like what tenant it belongs to. And in this case, like if we don't find a tenant, we'll just update no tenants. So it's not the end of the world to like validate the tenant exists ahead of time, in case like some weird world where the tenant is deleted or whatnot. Otherwise, we want to add metadata here such that when this is created, we can easily look up the tenant from their subscription. And because we kind of have a one-to-one relationship, we can do that pretty easily. So when we go ahead and create our line items, I believe we basically want to be able to do, let's see if I can just add it, right? We want to add metadata, which is a list of key value pairs that you can attach to an object. And so I'm hoping, we'll see if this works the way I expect it to, that the metadata, right, update for the subscription. And so 50 keys will just store the tenant ID on our subscription, which makes this trivial now on the flip side to pull this information out. So we can store a tenant ID like this on our session. And then when we get the webhook, we can just use that metadata tenant ID to find the tenant and update it based on this expiration date. And I guess, honestly, every time this happens, it doesn't matter, right, if it's canceled out or not. We want to update it either way. And we basically want to say, if subscription.cancelat, then do that. Otherwise, set it to null. Right? So now, whenever we get a subscription update, we're just going to update the tenant and make sure that we're canceling it or not. Right. That recovers the renew, that recovers canceling it. Either way, this happens, and then we'll use this. And then if we don't have that, or we don't find it, we just don't update anything. So now we can kind of run through this entire thing again and see if it all works as expected. Let's go ahead and double check our database. So here we're on plan free. We don't have an expiration date, and I'm going to delete the Stripe customer ID to pretend like we haven't done this at all. So refresh. Okay, so we go do billing. We say we want to pay for this. Time to bang our head and test. Yeah, okay, right. I literally just told you that's what's going to happen. Sorry. Can't update the billing while you don't have a Stripe customer plan. We'll hide that. Upgrade to Pro to start. So brand new. Let's just actually give these numbers. Test example.com. This is our test mode. 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42, 42. Look. Okay, don't save my information. So we're paying per month. Looks good. Click subscribe. Good to go. So now in our database, we refresh. There's no expiration date, and we have our Stripe customer ID. So we have everything we've always wanted. No cancel that, none of this stuff. So we're good there. And then I want to see, okay, this is a payment intent. Yeah. Subscription updated was received, but there was no tenant ID in in the metadata. So Prisma, freaked out a little bit, which is expected because I would expect it to exist. Now, I don't see payment. I don't see our metadata populated anywhere. It's an empty object in all of these. So it looks like our usage of metadata did not successfully work the way we expected it to. So I'm wondering if, let's see exactly how this works. So before we go further, we're creating a session with metadata. It's a checkout session, right? So maybe just the checkout session had the tenant ID associated with it. Okay. Yeah, so we want to, let's see if we can do this easily or if we have to make another few API requests, right? If we can't do this easily, then we basically say, that's fine. On success, we go ahead and get their subscription and we update it with the tenant ID. So that's the backup plan. The first plan is I'm wondering if I can tell Stripe to take this metadata and append it to all of the objects you're about to create. Using metadata with checkout sessions that allow you to pass on metadata to a subscription or payment intent. These parameters can only be used. Subscription data, metadata. Oh my goodness. It's perfect. Wow. I love it when you're like, you know what would be really useful? It'd be really useful if the API did X. And you're like, if I was making an API, I would wish it to do this. And then finding that it does exactly that is just such... It's a testament to how fantastic Stripe is. And the people who build it think through all of these, cases. It's amazing. So now we can just do this again. Delete that. Should be good here. Let's give this a go now. Back to our time tracker. Upgrade to Pro. Okay, we're gonna use a new email. I'm using a new email just to make sure it making a new customer, although it probably does a new customer every time because it's test mode. Paying attention to feedback to a lot of devs who don't want to worry about maintaining referential integrity. Yeah, I mean, you can see what a pain it would be here, right? You have to store everything on your side. And just by just letting them have a key piece of information here and there means that you can just be okay, we're creating this billing entity for our tenant. Just hold on to that tenant ID and give it back to us each time we need it. Okay. Yes. So here we have our customer subscription updated, right? This is from our webhook, and there's no cancel app, but Prisma's no longer yelling at us because in the metadata, it's now an object, which means we're not seeing it, right? But before it was an empty object and now it's not. So our tenant ID successfully was appended to the subscription. And so if we refresh our database, we have no expiration date. We'll update the Plan Pro free thing too while we're here, right? So here we can do plan. This is going to be, how do I reference an enum in code? Do I just use the string? User admin. defining enums. Or do I need to do like a, is it like Prisma? That's what I would expect if it was something weird, right? But I guess not. Prisma just lets me do it as a string. Right, this is free, so we can just do pro. If we didn't have one plan, right, we could look up from the checkout session what the user just bought, and then we could say exactly what plan we wanted to use depending on how many plans we had. But because we only have one other plan, if they successfully bought something, they bought pro. So let's go ahead and do pro, save changes. Great. And now this should work when it should add in the expiration date when we go ahead and go to our update billing here and cancel the plan, cancel, no feedback. So this got the update. There's a cancel at now. And so if we refresh our database, we are now canceling it on August 11th at our time UTC. It's a little hard to see, but that's the expiration date. Boop. And so the only thing left to do is to now actually downgrade the user when that time comes. Now there's a few ways we can do this. None of them are particularly great with next.js, right? Because next.js is really, really good at handling things as like events. And this is like, well, when this time comes, we need to do something. If we were building in a more complicated system, right, we could do this in a few ways, but you basically just want like an event that comes back to you at that time. Or you want some sort of cron job, right? A time-based job that says like, well, every 10 minutes, let me look through the database and find all of the tenants that have an expiration date that is now expired, which means we need to downgrade their plans. Vercel does have a cron option, although it has a billion limitations on it, so it's not the greatest to use. And another way we could do it would be whenever like the user logs in, check their plan. But of course our JWT lasts like a month, so in theory they could like log in right before their plan canceled and then just have a canceled plan, but still have all the features because we're not checking. Let's see. What's the best thing to do, and what are we limited by where exactly we're hosting it? The best thing to do would be I really want like something that triggers at exactly that time, but the best thing to do would probably just have something that is called periodically and goes through the database and just like does this asynchronously. It doesn't even need to be a part of the application. Like it could be a different process. It just kind of trolls through and updates this stuff. And there are ways to make it even more real-timey than that. You could like pull all of the things into memory that are going to expire in the next day and then just like check every few seconds, and then if they expire, update in the database, be like, oh, nope, instantly cut off. We don't need to be that crazy though. I think if we just do a little cron action with whatever limits Vercel gives us, that'll be just fine. So if we look up Vercel cron, it'll just call, right? We'll call API cron every path every day. Yeah. So we can do API. Here we have API webhook. Let's just do API, call it account. Export async function get. What the request is doesn't really matter, and letting it be called more frequently doesn't really matter either. And here we can just basically say, right, we want to update all the tenants where expiration date is less than or equal to right now and hope that's UTC, right? So all the tenants where their expiration date is less than or equal to right now, that means they've expired. So we'll set their plan to be free. And then do we clear the expiration date? They're on the free plan now. They still have their Stripe ID. So to get the plan to be not free, they would have to go through the checkout flow again. However, every time we run this, if we don't change the expiration date, we'll just keep adding on tenants more and more and more, right, into our query until eventually we're hitting like 1 billion of them, because that's how popular our time tracker is going to be. Is there any reason to keep the expiration date around to be like, this is when they canceled it? It was in the subscription. I don't think so. I think it's probably fine just to do this. Let's just keep that the way it is, and then we can return a next response JSON updated. I think this actually returns a count. It returns a batch upload, right? Const res. So can I do like res.count just to show how many we updated? So this is /API account. So if I do curl localhost 3000 API account, we should update none, right? Updated 0. And then if we go into our database and say, okay, we're on the pro plan right now, but this actually expired in June, just kick back that expiration date and save it. And now we should update 1. And then our plan should be marked as free, which it is. So now we can just add in the Vercel cron. This will be what? .Vercel JSON. Ooh, nope, don't do that. New file, vercel.json, API count. Cron is now active. So one nice thing about cron is you're like, okay, I want this to run like every day, right, at a certain time, which you could just change that, but is this still a website? crontab.guru. Perfect. So crontab.guru, great little site for quickly understanding what we're doing. So You could do like at midnight or probably at 1, right? For every day, month, year, for all time, for the rest of time. So we'll take that and just toss it in here. Right, and if you did star, it'd be like, okay, it's like at minute 0 of every hour, right? It's like, nah, you don't want that. You want like a certain hour at day of month 1, right? So, may I mock you a little for using this tool? I am showing everybody else who might not be so good at cron that there are tools to help them use it. Everyone learns something every day, huh? All right, so let's see, it's 2 o'clock. Not bad. So that is more or less Stripe building. I'm trying to see if there's anything critical that we've missed, right? We've obviously another button here for the yearly plan, you know, would be good to do. And we could even, right, we have Stripe, right? We said pro monthly for this one. We want to go back to right, time tracker pro and grab here's yearly, right? So we copy that. And toss it in here, and you can call it pro yearly. And what that lets us do for, wow, where am I? Too many pages and routes. Right here we have upgrade to pro, and we have pro monthly as it, and this lets us, not saying this is the greatest thing, but instead of pro monthly, just do pro yearly now, right? And so with just that, wow. Now, we didn't have this button before, right? If you clicked it now, and you fixed your lookup key to not hardcode pro monthly, which of course you would never do that. Now it's time tracker $10 per year. So not a lot of effort to get the second button there, to make it kind of tie all together. Then the subscription, of course, is yearly. So now we can we can accept money from our customers, creates the subscription. Creating the subscription means we got their charge. We tested it in test mode. They have somewhere, developers, they have, right, like here's our API requests. It's super adorable. They have like failed payment cards that you can copy and use. So if you're like, oh, we're gonna like buy pro, what does a failed payment look like? You know, here's a failed payment. I don't think any of these matter. You know, what does this experience look like? There's a failed payment. Zoom in, so it gets angry. So they don't even leave the flow here, which is great. Like our app doesn't have to care so much about that. We can just handle the successes. And then if there is some sort of error, you know, for the most part, Stripe's going to take care of it. And we're just going to need to show them like what the current status is on the billing page. Leave. So here is our, so now we can buy both of these. Now, of course, if they already have a plan, we don't want to show all these sort of buttons, right? We can probably merge this all together into a like Billing, here is what you have. Like you have no plan, you're on the free plan, or you are on plan and you just want to like manage it. And then lastly, like you had a plan, but you no longer do. Or it's expiring. So these are all like the perfunctory details, right, that we can capture here on the billing page. If we want to just flesh that out a little bit, which I suppose we can. I'm going to drink some water, though, and then run to the bio in a second here, because that's like the core of Stripe. So is D&D Do Not Disturb, or is D&D Dungeons and Dragons? Because that sounds like my D&D party. Had a plan, no longer have a plan. Hell yeah. Oh, trust me, I know. Had a plan, no longer have a plan. Yeah, COVID destroyed my D&D group, which was sad. We like did it online for a long time. I don't know, like 6 months or something. It was a while, but then it just like slowly fell apart. Ooh. All right, I think what we should do is when I get back, we will do a little bit of cleanup on the billing page, make it a little nicer here, and kind of just run through those scenarios a little bit. And then it'll be like, I don't know, 2:30, and that's probably a pretty good time to tackle upgrading our teams and the team page. So I'm going to push a lot of this code, which mostly works, although... let's kill this one. I will need to update the environment variables in production to make that work. And then we'll also need to push, but I don't think... Well, yeah. I will need to do my Prisma pushing as well. Right, everything we did there was also just in test mode. So we'll need to actually deploy this and make it work in production, which I'll do. I guess we could try and run through and do it here, but maybe not. Basically just have to like promote the stuff in the dashboard to the live mode, and then update all the environment variables and everything to be live, right? So not hard, just requires work, which is like most things. Most things. I'm just pushing the database because my little GitHub hook still doesn't work. It's a sore spot. All right. Perfect. All right. I will be right back, and then when I'm back, we'll refresh the billing page a little bit and then do some Teams work. We're back. I ate a snack. Oh, trying to consume everything we bought at Costco. So let me tell you, it's a lot of food. All right. We have successfully unmuted. So let's run through the states a little bit more, do a little bit of refactoring to the building page, clean up the code a little bit, where when a user lands on this page, right, it's like you're part of the free plan, most likely, and you don't have a plan. So a lot of this doesn't matter immediately. So let's just make a new component that kind of captures that state, right? So you can just do free plan, and let's see. We want it to describe a little bit of like what you currently get. This would be the case for all sort of SaaS applications. Like, hey, you're currently on the free plan, but you should really check out the pro plan, is like the idea, right? The nudge. Abdul, so jealous of you enjoying and building this side project. I don't know what's wrong with me. I can't focus on working side personal projects, but I can keep on work projects no matter what. I feel that, man. So when I am like working, and when I was working like my job and stuff, right? I always kind of had that pressure. There's always like a little bit of pressure of like, you need to stay on track. You need to keep things moving. You need to break down, problems and solve them and stuff like that. And so that's always been just enough to like keep me moving forwards at a brisk pace. And on side projects, I find it very easy to get distracted or find the next new shiny project. And so it's fun to like jump ship and be like, oh, well, I did something, let's move on. And part of the problem, I think, is I like to do side projects to learn. And I generally learn faster than I complete the projects. So I'll get like halfway through a project and then be like, okay, cool. Like I know how to do the rest of this project. And then I don't want to do it. Right? You're like, oh, no. I don't want to actually like put in the work to make that happen. So doing it live, with all of you and kind of having this little structure actually forces me a lot more like a job to sit down and do it. And that's been a pretty big help in terms of just like forcing my attention and organization, because I can't just jump around willy-nilly because then people won't be able to follow me. So it helps when you have people watching and talking to you, or like you're like, okay, this is content, right? I'm like building stuff for people to see, but really it's just like a little bit of organization for myself to let me focus on like building and pushing this thing forwards, right? And there probably is going to become a time, I don't know, 2 sessions, 3 more sessions, right? Like there's only so many more sessions before we're like mostly done this project. Like we're gonna hopefully do teams here today or take a crack at it, right? And then you're like, what else do I need to do? Like I guess I just need to like refine it. And you can only refine it for so long before you're like, yeah, this is like good. I don't really need to do anything else. External reward. Social currency is still currency. You're getting paid for your work. Yeah, I certainly am not getting paid as much as I get paid doing other things. Part of me is like, I genuinely enjoy coding. And so having this like structure to actually sit down and like code, I think for me has been super helpful in terms of like the content is a side effect of actually just like going through and building this. And then hopefully that helps people, right? And and thus, helping people, I suppose, is the same way of saying social currency here. But that's kind of just all we're aiming for. But don't worry, Abdul. I think a lot of people are kind of like that, and you'll find something exciting to work on, and I can't wait to see what it is. You're not getting paid enough for the other work. Maybe both are true. A free plan. That's not what I wanted, Copilot. Do that one instead. So our free plan is going to roughly describe what the user gets. So obviously this is like completely made up because we're not really doing all that with like role teams and everything. One user. I wonder if Copilot can just like can GPT-4 just tell me what my plan gives me? No, it can't. That's fine. Let's just give it some details and call it good. If time tracker, we need a better name. One client, one project. This is kind of like your current plan, right? So when they load, we're gonna move this stuff out. I think it's just a little too much going on. When we load this, right, we can get the tenant information. So let's just. We have, do we load that somewhere? We do, right? So we can just grab the tenant information here, and then we can use that to populate what's going on down here. So let's get these guys out of here, because they're just polluting what we have. I don't know if there's a right way to order all this, but I'm going to put my server functions at the top. And now building like kind of like visualizing, right? Like a current plan, something smack dab in the middle. Like here's your current plan, or maybe like off to the side, and like upgrade to pro. Let's try the side by side real quick. That seems like what we were gonna want. Thank you. So here's going to be free plan. And this, let's just only do this if nope, wrong button. Tenant dot, so now we can just reference the tenant dot plan. Right, so now we can just do all that, and for now we're just going to comment all that out. All right, cool. My keyboard is moving. So billing, free plan. I kind of want to say like what my current plan is. Let me just do a sanity check here. Right, what's our competitor do? Oh wow, look at that. You are using our free plan. And if I click upgrade, yeah, so it shows you, right, like great. Okay, that's basically what we're building, except, you know. So now, all right, now we have kind of an idea to that. So here's billing free plan. we really don't need that much space, right, for this entire thing. Probably don't even need, well, I guess we can do like an upgrade div, right? So we'll call it upgrade and see how far that gets us. I don't think I need that yet. Upgrade to Pro. Give it a little text, the same thing. The Pro plan has no limits and unlocks all functionality. You know, and again, listing some of the content out here. Don't know if I want to capitalize these or not. I tend to capitalize a lot more than I need to capitalize. Look at that. Unlimited users, clients, projects. No teams. Unlimited teams. No tags. We don't even have tags yet. Nice. All right, so let's make that not look so gosh darn awful. So padding, shadow, let's do a little border around it. And rounded large. Let's give it a background color to make it pop. We don't really have a theme, right? Shad is just like slate, but that's like kind of dark. So let's do like, I don't know. We want the Pro one to really pop, don't we? Let's try like blue. Blue 100. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. We're gonna put them side by side. So flex items. Actually, I think we want items start at the top and justify center. And big ol' gap. And then I really want. Actually, don't think I want flex. I mean, I could do flex, but I think a grid is actually right. We just want this to be a perfect grid. So each one will take this. Let's put this text center. I don't know if we actually want semi-bold. That was Copilot. We kind of just want text large. Text extra large. Class text small. It's a little hard to do all the design work when you're so close in. This is what it looks like zoomed out all the way. So we can probably just make everything a little bigger and that's fine. So I don't think that needs to be small. And we can do like text large here. All this needs more spacing. Space Y2. You already had margin bottom, right? So maybe space Y4. And this is where you'd probably make like a nice table. Probably just want like a check, right? And then you could do like class flex item center. This is what can I do color stroke? Yeah, these are all SVGs, right? So I can do like class stroke blue 500. Ah, yeah, look at that. I don't know if blue is really what we're going for, but it's not bad. Margin right, just kick it out. Yeah, you know. Cool. Perfect. Now we can make this a component, which probably makes the most sense considering how many of these we're about to have. We'll just call this plan row. We'll do that, and this will just be the children. We'll just pass them through. React children. There's a, right? Props with children. You can just do that, right? And then you can just do one client, one project, no teams, no tags. Of course, I'm putting check marks on no teams and no tags, which seems a little weird, but that's okay. Free map. Shebang. All right. So, there. You know, it's not bad, not great, not bad, but free plan. And we can do something like, because we know what they're on, right? Current plan, free plan. Let's go free. Current plan, free. It's perfect. Now we want to upgrade to Pro. And honestly, yeah. Let's do like 600. Save. That's pretty dark. 800? There's a method to my madness. Text. Look, it's so bold. And we're going to make this text 2XL and font medium, right, to capture the attention. Upgrade to Pro. Text center. Right, and now we can just clean this up with unlimited users, and Copilot should do the rest. Thank you. And then we'll just bring this over, but instead of that, it's going to be Pro. Boom. All right, not perfect, not bad. But now we need an upgrade button. So now our create checkout session. So this is where we can have, right? You could do You could do an entire page, and we probably should do an entire page to be like, here's exactly things that you get. Here's the functionality, here's the pricing, here's a whole bunch of blah, 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 blah. But I think we're just going to keep it simpler because we're not really trying to get people to upgrade. Right? And we'll just add our upgrade buttons straight to the upgrade tagaroo. And we'll just have all this information here. And so we'll just say monthly, $1 a month, yearly, $10 a year, right? Refresh. You should work just fine. Here we might need to pull out you. Refresh? No. Interesting. So did my form cause this to think there's a client component? It did. These were defined at the top level though, create checkout session. And this entire thing is a server function. So I was pretty sure I could define them there, my server actions. So here you're in a server component, you can define it here. And if you're in a client component, you can just import it. Oh, maybe it has to be within it. Yeah, inside the component that uses it, otherwise in a separate file, and then I can define them all. Okay, so we will move these back in the component for now. Probably like hooks, right? Where they should be like at the very top. Go back and, although actually, right, the create the checkout session doesn't need to be here anymore. We can now just toss it right in the pro upgrade itself. So now we can just do that. And you can return this blob. And don't comment out that anymore, and import you. Oh, maybe we imported it from the wrong thing actually. Now that I'm looking at the error message closely, where did our button come from? All right, well, either way, it doesn't super matter. We need to make this look better. Yeah, man, I need to get my better button. Class, let's do flex item center, and then we'll just do justify around to kind of evenly spread them out. All right, so here we have our current plan free, blah, 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 and now upgrade to pro, and we get our two options, right? $1 a month or $10 a year. And so if you just go to the billing page, like, okay, here's my current plan, here's my limits, this is what I have. Obviously, we're not limiting our poor people that much, but we'll get there maybe. Upgrade to pro, so now we can do the whole upgrade path. These buttons should still work. They do. Perfect. And so now, if the tenant plan is free, we're going to do that. And then if the tenant plan is not free, right? So it's only free because we did an enum, right? It's only free or it's only not free. So we can change this to be a ternary and say like, okay, if free, go ahead and show that. Otherwise, it's the pro plan and we can show them just the pro component. So we'll just make a new one for that. And we'll take the pro here and use that as the basis of our component, because we can say now current plan pro. We can remove all the boldness. And then instead of having the form, we'll just have the form be the manage button. And we'll call it as such. Manage subscription. And so now the create portal session, this entire function can go right up here, right where it's being used, which is excellent. And the pro plan has no children it needs, no child to speak of. All this can be deleted. And now let's go ahead and buy the yearly plan because we're supporting time tracker. We'll use the success card. Subscribe. All right, current plan pro. That's a little aggressive on sizing, but it's what we're looking for. Let's just go ahead and make it a little smaller. It doesn't need to take up the entire thing. It can just be like centered, right? Boom! Current plan pro. Hey, Ryan. Thank you. Thank you for my beautiful haircut. I went to the barber, got a haircut. New man. Yeah, we went through and implemented Stripe billing. So you can now almost, you can't do it in production, pay for like a plan. We've kind of going through and just cleaning up what it looks like and everything. So now like if you click manage subscription, it like takes you to like, oh, your subscription and like how much money you're spending on it and payment methods and everything. And so the only thing, oh, I can click return, it goes back. How much did you pay for the haircut? It was like $45 plus tip. Are you gonna say you don't like it? Because I will ban you. Just kidding. Yeah. No, Ryan, for your app, like you'll have to look at, it's really cool. Thank you very much. You'll probably look at like metered pricing or whatever. They're different, right? This is just like monthly pricing, but you could do metered or monthly and metered. Like there's a bunch of ways you can slice and dice your subscription pricing, but it's really not that hard to do. So definitely when you're taking a look, feel free to run through the video. The last thing I wanted to do that we were running, look like Jack Ryan. He's like a good looking dude. I look like that. The last thing to do that I kind of want to add is our whole cancellation thing that we were talking about over and over and over again, which is basically we have billing, but what we want to do is if the tenant has an expiration date, we should probably call this like plan expiration date because the tenant itself is not expiring. But if they have an expiration date, Alec Baldwin, Harrison Ford, Ben Affleck. I do know these names. Alec Baldwin just got in trouble though. I don't know if I want to be like Alec Baldwin. I think I might need a new haircut so I don't shoot someone. They're all Jack Ryans. Oh. I have definitely been told I look like someone from The Office. I don't even know what to search for. Jim. I've been told I look like Jim from The Office. I don't think my hair currently looks like it, but if you look at some of my other videos, I think historically maybe. Imagine I watch a movie every night. It seems like they're talking about the same actor. Hunt for Red October. Last night I watched Law Abiding Citizen. Your subscription has expired. That's not what it means. If there is a expiration date for tenant, then your subscription and the tenant plan is pro. Then really it's your subscription will expire in, oh god, let's do on and cheat. Okay. Yeah. Everyone thinks that, okay. We did it. We did it, team. So now this is a little aggressive. I don't want that. I want class. We're gonna make this like an alert. Does Shad have alerts? Shad CN? We kind of want like a, yeah, like an alert. That's exactly what we want. We want an alert component. And we will toss this in. We really want this one. Although destructive, we kind of want like warning. So we're going to take all this content that we just had and change it to oh, we haven't installed yet. We have to hit enter. Got it. So now with our new, we can create an alert. We can do alert circle, that's fine. And this is going to be subscription expiring. And we'll grab this, toss it in here, and do this. And then we can just delete all this. All right, let's see how that looks real quick. Ooh. Okay, the one thing I'm seeing, we have a bug. We need to make sure when they do this that we take the expiration date and set it to null. Yeah. So we're going to delete the expiration date here, right? Save. We're on the pro plan. So refresh, right? Current plan, pro. Go to manage your subscription, time tracker, cancel plan, cancel it. Okay, it's too expensive. Sorry, Ethan. Thanks for your feedback. So current plan is canceled, marked as canceled. Return to Ethan. And now if I refresh, no. Check the database. My expiration date. Oh, did I stop my, I stopped my webhook. Okay, let's pretend. Let's pretend like I have my webhook running from the Stripe CI and do now, and then we'll add a month because that's what it was. I know you can do like now plus 1 month. Refresh. Subscription expiring. Your subscription will expire on 8/11/2023. We get all the timing with the date just by doing 2 locale date string, which is really nice. So instead of like, you could also do like the difference and try and find like in how many days, which is fine. But I think this is also just as nice. And then please update your subscription. And so then we like, they're still on the pro plan, so they can manage the subscription again and renew it. And when they click renew, right, it should webhook. When they click, when they fix their subscription and it clicks and the renews, Stripe is going to send another webhook to us, and it should update our database to remove the expiration date. And then when they go back to it, when they go back, there's no more error. I think it's for using relative date, like in 3 weeks, tomorrow, next week. There is an API to do that with the international API. It's international JS relative date. They now have an API just, relative time format built in. So you can just do the relative time format and be like, 1 day ago or 1 day or whatever it is. So we could do that too. Honestly, it's purely stylistic, I think. This required me to not look up the documentation to how to do this for this exact thing, right? But you could do like in a day. And you could just like grab that and toss it in. That works totally fine too. So yeah, there you go. That's I think like Stripe billing. There is, but you don't have to use it either, right? Like I'm trying to, for better or worse, I'm trying to use the native JavaScript APIs whenever they're available, and then only falling back to other libraries when I have to. So like we're using Radix a lot because we're using Shad UI, but if we look at like our, right, like this is all Shad UI stuff. And honestly, we should probably separate out our dev dependencies and whatever. But like we're using Tailwind, we're using Stripe, and like the rest of this is just kind of like UI stuff. Something uses date. Oh, I bet that's used by the React date picker. So we're already including it. All right, I think I just shot myself in the foot by going through that. But in general, I think you'll go very, very far by using the native APIs when available, and then only using third-party libraries when you have to. So there you have it. Stripe billing. 246. That's awesome. Let's go ahead and push this. Okay, don't need that anymore. Update billing UI. Push. Push, 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 push. All right. So, teams. This will be more updates to our database schema. Teams and roles go hand in hand with each other. Thank you. Yeah, Stripe is awesome. Teams and roles, right, go hand in hand because let's do face. When you just have yourself as the only person in the account, then you, by default, can do and need to do everything. So there are no roles, right? And then once you start inviting other people, you quickly realize you don't want them to be able to do everything possible in the account. And that's like, you mostly start, right, just by like limiting the extreme destructive actions. So we don't have the button right now, but there's a button somewhere in our system that says delete this account. Like delete it. Absolutely blow it away. And you generally only want a very small number of people to be able to click that button. Generally just like the person, the designated survivor, right? Like one person can delete that. And no one else can do it. So then you immediately get into this world of when there are multiple people in the account, you need to be able to decide roles and have the roles handle it. Yeah, of course, Vitz. Can we request tutorials? Absolutely. I love it when people ask for help with certain things. I'm not saying I'm going to do it immediately, but I have a backlog of things that I do. And it's super helpful when people are like, hey, I'd love to see something in this area. So like I'm going to take this all the billing code here and make that its own video. And so people who are just looking for like, how do I set up subscriptions with Stripe? I'll clean it up a little bit and they'll be able to run through that. So without a doubt. Abdul, how long have you been freelancing? Freelancing? Not very long. I've been doing like projects on and off with people for many years. But they were always like small projects. And it wasn't really so much like to make the money as it was to just help people, right? They were like, hey, we have like a small budget. We need this thing built, can you do it? And I'd be like, yeah, that's small enough. I can do it on nights and weekends. Like it doesn't impact my full-time job. And then at the end of last year, I just quit my full-time job and I was like, man, I really don't want to interview. Like that sounds really painful, interviewing for jobs. So I pinged all the people I had helped and said, hey, do you have work? I started my own business and they said, sure, we got some work for you. So basically this year is my first year full-time freelancing. So for teams, is that out of camera view? For teams and roles, have you used Upwork? I have an account on Upwork, but I don't work through Upwork. Upwork is nice because people are going to pay you, but they also take a giant cut, and Upwork is also like a race to the bottom. So you have so many people bidding on projects that you generally, especially if you're just starting, you have to bid extremely low to get these projects. And then you can start building out like your reviews and reputation, and then you can slowly charge more money over time. I currently get all my customers and clients through my in real life network. And so I can generally charge a lot more because they know who I am and they understand that I can do a good job. Vits, would love to see you make something from the data. Like the data we're doing here in the time tracker. There's going to be a whole analytics page that we do, so we can like get graphs and charts and everything for all the data for like projects and clients and all that stuff. Is that what you meant? Also, do you have any experience in Web3? I taught myself... Solidity last summer and then bought a Moonbird and then didn't really do anything else. So like I can make smart contracts on the blockchain, but they're probably not anything somebody should use. But I have done stuff with Web3 and I did do a bunch of blockchain futzing around and taught myself how smart contracts work and what gas meant and all that stuff so I could understand how the blockchain worked. And then I did all that and I was like, well, okay, there's a lot of scams here. I don't think I want to be associated with how many scams are here. So I haven't done a lot recently. More content about freelancing and contracting. I guess my question always is like, what do people want to see when talking about freelancing and contracting? Because like, I did this the way I knew I could be successful, which was not going through Upwork. Whereas I don't know if everybody has the same network strength as I do to be able to do that, right? Like I've been developing and writing code for over a decade, and so you just make a lot of friends and like talk to a lot of people that way. And I'm relatively outgoing, so I try and keep in touch with all these people, right? So like after you do that for 10 years and you start something, there's a lot of people who are willing to like try and help. And so if you're starting and you don't have that, then it's a very different path, right? It's not better or worse, it's just very different. So, as we slowly move towards teams, was it 3 o'clock? I can keep doing this for a little bit. Maybe we can figure out the data model. We have teams and we have roles. When we talk about roles for your application, right? There's two big ways you can kind of do it. You can, one, make roles yourself. I define the roles in my SaaS application. Or you can let your customers define roles. And then when they create a role, they can assign the permissions that role has. And so the latter way there scales to infinity because people can make whatever granular permissions they want. And the more granular permission set you give them, the more they can, build the exact specific permissions that they need. So, things like AWS with their policies and their policy-based role system, policy-based authorization system is like incredibly complex. But you can have permissions for everything, which allows you to give those permissions, as roles to users, so users can only do exactly what you expect them to be able to do. That is probably massively overkill for something like this, where most of the time we're hitting like I'm going to say this wrong, the Pareto principle? Pareto? Is it a longie or not? Pareto or Pareto? The 80-20 rule, right? We'll hit 80% of our use cases by just creating roles for our users and letting them assign them. And so what I think of there is we can use Prisma for this. Right? Is at the very, very high end, there's going to be an owner of the account. And this is like a super admin. And I'm going to say the owner is the only person who has the ability to delete the entire account. So there will be many admins, lots of admins, but admins will be able to like create teams, manage teams, update teams, invite users, things like that, right? But they can't delete the account. Only the owner can delete the account. And so that limits like the most destructive action that can be taken. Everything else here, we could just like, we could back up the database for that too. But in general, you don't want to have to save people by digging through your database backups because they did something stupid. There's certainly like a user role here. But there might be another few roles that we find useful. And we don't need to define them all now. We can add more later, right? It's like something that comes to mind is like a building role, which is you can't like do admin actions on like teams and stuff, but you do have access to the building page, so you can like manage the subscription. So you would give that to like one of your managers at work to be like, hey, like just manage the billing of this thing, right? Like you don't need to know what we're doing in here. And then probably there's like users, which just can like create projects, create a bunch of stuff and do stuff. There might be like a tracker, I'll say, which can only track and edit like their activities. They can't add projects. They can't add, clients and tags. They can't do any of that stuff. That's not really admin stuff. That's like, if I'm a user, I want to be able to like create a new project and do stuff. But if I'm just like I sit down, all I can do is add my tasks. That's probably the level. And then there's like a reader role or viewer. Or no editing, right? Someone who can log in, but can't change anything. All they can do is read the contents. They can't actually change anything. I think that would be all, right? Admin takes care of most of the admin stuff. Owner is the super admin that can delete it. Billing is a subset of admin, which says, okay, they can just get to the billing stuff. Users are what most people would be. They can just use the app. A tracker can only track time based on what users make. And then a viewer can view all the information, but can't actually edit any of it. Why is that useful? Gosh, man, after building enterprise applications, like people just love this stuff. They love their viewers. They love their billing admins. They love they just want these roles. So if you're building something that you're going to sell to businesses, they're going to be like, oh, like, what are your roles? Like, what is the authorization? Like, how do you do all that? And you're going to have to be like, oh, here you go. This is what we have. Do you use GitHub chat? I've just started and I'm loving it. No, I don't use GitHub chat. What is GitHub chat? I've used GitHub discussions. Is that what you mean? Oh, I mean, that's what this is for, right? That's why I'm using the insider stuff. I haven't been using it a lot, but I've been like trying it. But I have not been using it a lot. But I have it. I wanted to play around with it. So let's go back way back to our time tracker. I wonder if I saved. That's okay. No. Okay, I don't think I actually saved the session. So we talked about our database structure. ChatGPT, internet access, you can find a repo and explain. Oh, that's sweet. That is certainly useful. So our role-based, right, we have our tenant and we have our user. And so now we're going to add a new team. And to be specific, we're going to have, right, user teams as a join table here. And, oh man. We have our enum defined as a role, right? So here we have it's not really a table, it's just a role. And does a user, I went through and set up Zohaib, the Farcaster app, and then halfway through I had to check something, and when I went back to finish setting it up, it had kicked me out of my profile. And so I was like, oh god, I need to like recover my profile or reset it up. So it's currently in a holding pattern as I get through this very busy week. But you made me go back and check out like the person who was building it and stuff, and he's done a lot of cool things. So I'm excited. The question is, does a user have a role? Which I think the answer is yes. Oh, no. I should be able to get in. Don't worry. I should be able to get in. I just need to spend time, and I simply haven't had the luxury of time this week. This week is insane. Does a user have a role? Or does the user on a team have a role? For example, could you be an admin on one team, but a viewer on another? And I think that makes no sense at all for our application. Then again, like, if you have teams, what's the point of teams? Obviously, inviting more users is useful, right? Like, you invite many users. You're like, cool, I have users. Now I got a bunch of users. Do we really need teams? I might be talking myself out of teams. You're seeing it here live on stream, right? Like, a team of people means that they can like function and do stuff in one instance of the application that other teams don't necessarily see, right? The point of teams is to separate out users. So people can like be building stuff over here and not disturbing people over here. So like activities and stuff, like everything would belong to potentially a team, right? Like my team has my projects. Is that really how people are going to use this particular application? I feel like the answer is no. Not that anyone's going to use this application, but working through the problem, I feel like the answer is no, that's not how it's going to go. Like, you're just going to want to invite a bunch of people. Right? Like, Tailwind UI is kind of like something that's close to this, right? Oh, I used that email address. Right, where in Tailwind UI, I have an account. No? Oh, I can upgrade to teams. So when you upgrade, You don't even tell me what I get. Team license includes 25 seats. Right? Includes access for up to 25 people. But it's not really like you don't... It's just, you just get multiple people in your account, right? You're just like paying for multiple people at the same time is really, I think, all you're doing. And I want to say that, I wonder if they talked about this. They talked about it when they built it. Maybe it's too far away. They basically just have an invite link. Yeah, I don't see them talk about it here. Maybe it's on the Tailwind blog itself. They basically just have a invite link, and then you could get all those roles assigned this way. I don't know if we actually need to have teams here. That feels like we could just get away with adding roles. Because if I added a team, right, a team would be able to like manage their own clients, their own projects. Like it would literally be, a team would own them probably. So a user would have clients, a user would have projects, and all that stuff. All right. I don't think we're doing teams. I think we're just going to add roles to users and then let you invite more people and call it a day. Which really simplifies this a lot, because now you can just do... Ooh, this is going to be a little interesting, though. So, yeah, we'll just have to be a little careful. So we're going to add a role column to the user. And by default, it's going to be the owner. No, I think I like this actually better. Dadbod's going to be very proud. We're going to give them the default role of least access to start. There's an argument to be made to make it user, just in case. Like, that's the most common one, probably. But we're going to do viewer. And the reason we're doing that, balloon yourself? Oh, I'm still full screen. Come on, people. All right. Well, we had a good talk. This was the only thing I was showing on the screen, was actually just what we're doing over here. I even have my screen up. God, man, streaming skills. Anyways, if we add the role to the user this way, and default them to the permission of the lowest access, right? There's no way we can get ourselves into a world where someone invites a person, and so like we create their record, and then that record has way too many permissions, and so they're like, oh crap, now I'm in a lot of trouble. So we'll always default it to like, hey, you are the lowest permission, and then the user will have to always set it to something of higher permission. This means, though, when we do this, let's make a migrate, add role user. Okay, perfect. Now that we've done that, when you first sign up, and in our API authorization page, right? When we create or upsert this user, this is the first time we're creating it. And so we need to make sure that we're setting you to be the owner, because you need to be the owner of your own tenant. Otherwise, you're going to be in a very bad position where you're not the owner of your own tenant and there's no potential way to change that. You'd be the viewer, so you wouldn't be able to get to the admin section, so you wouldn't be able to, do what you need to do. So let's do that. Okay. Perfect. So now that we're not doing teams per se, the team page just becomes like the people in your account, which means you don't need to like build teams. You just need to manage like the one team you have, which simplifies everything. And then there's an argument to be made that if people want like what I was talking about, if they want teams and teams and teams of people, and like just tell them to make separate accounts. That's, probably gets you 80% of the way again. So what we're going to do on the team page now is we're going to add something else to the tenant page. So team, we're going to have an invite link. And this is a really, really nice, elegant way it's kind of like an alert, but we'll just do an example right now. Right, the idea don't want that. Don't think I want any of that, actually. I don't want that to be text centered. That's going to be full screen. Yeah, I think we just want it to kind of look like this for right now. So how we will invite people to your account is your tenant will get a unique invite code, so to speak, and we'll build that into the URL. And then you can just share that URL with people and they'll be able to click on it. When they click on it, it'll say like, hey, do you want to, make an account and join this tenant? Although, yeah, we're going to, it's still sign on with Google. So when you create an account, I think we can just append in the sign-in request like what tenant you're going to be put into, and then if that exists when it comes back, we will be able to look it up and make sure you are added to the right tenant. So there's a little bit of trickiness there, but it should be relatively straightforward, hopefully. Famous last words. This is going to be border BG. Let's do stone, actually, like stone 200 padding XY2 padding X4 rounded XL full width. So instead of disable, we can just do read only, right? So now you can just like copy your invite link, and this is going to be an invite link. We need to do the whole domain thing again here. Right, but the idea, exactly, thanks Copilot. is it's going to be like that. And here we can delete that, do that. And then const user equals get user session, go away. And we'll pull out the tenant, Prisma, tenant, find unique, where ID equals user tenant ID. And return. And this is going to be the tenant, we'll call it invite key, sure. So now, right, invite, whatever the key is, undefined currently, they'll be able to share this with people and they'll use that to get invited. So if we go back to Prisma, schema, our tenant has a plan, expiration date, and now it's going to have an invite key. We will make it not required, so we'll create it, but really it just needs to be this, right? So can I just, so the default value here is DB generated, and it's just going to be a UUID. So this is this one, replace, right, so we just want a UUID that we can stick in here, so that will be the invite key. So we can migrate this now, add invite key, and now we, well, that's not right. DB generated needs to be around this one. Cast it. As text, place it as you. All right, refresh. Let's just fix that. Invite key. We can just switch over to the structure of our invite key, delete the column, save changes, CD, Prisma, migrations, RM, delete that one. You're going to explode because we're now out of sync. I might be able to just fix that by going to Prisma migrations, look at the content, add invite key and delete it. And now we can just do the exact same thing again. If this works, we are amazing. Prisma surgery. All right, tenant, invite key. This user needs to be made an owner. All right. Woo. Did you see that? That was great, guys. Refresh this. Now let's see what we need to do to make this work. Tenant invite key, you should all now be working. We just need to refresh the types. We we can just optional chain that because it's not going to happen. Okay, there is an invite key in our tenant here. So why is that getting undefined? Default value, domain, tenant, invite key. What are you finding? Tenant, expiration date, plan. Interesting. Is it cached? Refresh. Where's my user? There it is. Okay, that was weird. It must have just been cached. So now, with an invite link, we're saying if you go to /invite to this link, right, then you'll be invited when you sign up. And so now we just need to make that. And we don't want it to be protected by authentication because that would just break everything. So we're going to do invite, and then we're going to do key and page. Export default async function accept invite page. And this, our global layout does not have main, so we'll have main here. And this is gonna be one of those pages that like doesn't take up a lot of space. Really, we'll want to show like the tenant name potentially here to be like, this is who you are joining. Currently, tenants optionally have names, which makes sense. So let's just pull it out anyways. Oh, and you know what we should do? We should make sure that this is first that, but also these need to be unique. The invite keys. Because it would be very bad if they were ever not unique, although the odds of that happening are extremely low. But the database should never be put in that position. And then we can use find unique, which really is what we wanted to do. And this is going to be, right, we get the params here. So params key string. And so we can just do where the invite key is params key. Unique invite key. Yeah, that's fine. No, do it. I said it's fine. Yes. Great. Perfect. Make sure we generate our client. So once we make something unique, right, for find unique, we can then add it to our find unique arguments, which is ID. Obviously its ID is unique, but also the invite key now, right? So now we can just find a unique tenant, and we'll do, right, tenant name. And we'll put it in little quotes, because if it doesn't have a name, we'll then want to do something like named. I don't know. Look, if it doesn't have a name, that's weird. So if I go to this is just wrong. So let's go ahead and kill our server and restart it. Aha. Accept invite to not named, which if we go and give our tenant a name, let's call this Ethan's tenant and refresh. Accept invite to Ethan's tenant. So we can now give them the option to accept or to cancel. Which canceling really is just closing the tab. Let's do class MX auto max with like large. Like we just want this in the middle, right? Yeah. Margin top 8. And let's just make this full width to make it easy. And space Y 8. Accept invite to Ethan's tenant. It's not the most glorious of invite pages, but it's, you know, serviceable. So when they click accept, to make sure you're not seeing that right, yeah. When they click accept, what they need to do is they need to be signed in to Google or like, you know, well, yeah. So there's another use case here, right, that we're not going to cover, which is if they are already signed in and they already have their own account, what do you do, right? Because we have our users set up, so a user belongs to a tenant. A user can't be currently in 2 tenants at once. And I think that's just fine. But there's probably a catch here to be like, if you are currently logged in as a user, you need to like log out and create a new account or something. Like you just can't be in 2 things at once, which because we're like using Google is a little annoying. Like you would have to make a new Google account if you didn't have another account. So there's a good argument there for like letting people sign up with a username and password. But that's a problem for another day. What we want to do is we want to call, this might actually have to be a client component, because what we want to do is for our Google provider, where'd you go, my friend? Google, right? Is we want to be able to pass through some extra information. Trying to find a link to this project GitHub repo. Is there a link? Yes, there's a link in the description to go through my blog. And then because I am lazy, I can just drop in the chat too. For people who are here and just want the link. For the Google authorization, right? When we log out and log in, when we sign into Google, what we're going to need to do is when we sign in, is we're going to need to say like, okay, here is the invite code that we have. Go to Google, do your sign in thing. And then when you come back, I would like to see that invite code again, so I can save it. The other thing we could do is we could save it as a cookie or as something in local storage. Cookie would be a little better. So we could save the invite and then pull it out that way. But ideally we don't, because then there's a bunch of weird gotchas with like cleaning up cookies and like having them lie around, and it's just kind of nasty. So what I want to do is I want to be able to provide a parameter and have Google pass it back with me, which most of them offer something like scope that lets you do that. Google OAuth, maybe it's not scope that I'm thinking of. Google it's not scope. It's, I basically need to do it's not a passkey. God, words now mean so many other things. That's hilarious. Pass key. Create authorization credentials. We know all this. No, it's not scope. We'll have to do a little bit here. Maybe we do just do a cookie to start, and then come back to it. But there is a way in the OAuth flow to pass nonce. It's not quite. State is there to protect end users, blah, 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 blah. A nonce, it's not nonce. You're welcome. Yeah. Don't want that. What I really... Alright, well, I guess we'll do the cookie. So we will start here, add JS cookie, and now we can set it. I guess we need types too, probably. Fine. We'll change it later. So on this page, when they click accept, this is going to have to, oh, maybe. Hang on. We have cookies built in, right? So we can get cookies, we can set cookies. So in a server action, I can actually just set a cookie. So, but that won't redirect us. Okay, well, this might be a little janky. Async function, use server. Hey, you've learned. Right, we can now import cookies. And we're going to set invite key to params.key. And then we're going to redirect them to API auth sign in. And so now the action of this form can just be accept, right? And so when you invite a user now, we'll set the cookie here to be the invite key and then redirect them to the login page. And then upon logging in and coming back to our application, we should be able to just read the invite key. And if there is one, we can add them to that tenant. So here, we can now just read out from cookies. And we're going to create the user. If there is an invite key, then create them as a user. Otherwise, create them as an owner. And then tenant. This entire thing now is going to be, oh god, I can do connect or create. What's in connect or create? Oh, I can do connect where. Oh god. Okay, so I can connect or where the invite key equals the invite key. You are a request cookie, and a request cookie is, it has a name and a value. So I can get the value of the invite key, which may or may not exist, and then connect or create where the invite key equals the invite key. Or create it. Ooh, baby. We're getting a little hairy here with Prisma logic, but I think we're gonna be okay. So cookies get, that's good. We can get it. I'm gonna run out of Google accounts to test this with, aren't I? So we can test the flow for a regular user to start with. In that, like, we should not break the flow, right? And then I should be able to invite somebody as well and how that works. Let's go ahead and delete. I don't really have anything in here. So delete my user and delete my tenant. Refresh, sign in. Okay, it broke. Tenant where unique input needs at least one argument. It's hard to read, I know, but there was no invite key, so connect or create. This failed. If I do this, I think it still fails. It's still just undefined. So connect or create. So I figured the tenant not really helping me with type. Sorry, Prisma. Right, we're saying create the user, and then for the tenant, we have create and connect here. So can I just use connect and just do it that way? Do I even need this thing? Can I just do can I do that? No, that still didn't work. Connect tenant where unique output needs at least one argument. So it's still saying like this is undefined. So if this is undefined, we really can't do it. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna be a little tricky. We're gonna say the tenant, if the invite key exists, then connect it to the invite key. It's a little tricky to understand. Basically, if the invite key exists, right, then we're gonna need to do connect. Otherwise, we'll do create. And that way we won't pollute it. So the tenant will either be connect with the invite key if it exists, otherwise we'll just create a new tenant. So this should now hopefully work. All right, perfect, we're back. So now I can go to my team page and I have an invite link here. And if I do an incognito browser and click accept, it should have set the cookie, which we can inspect and see. Invite key, it did. And then we're gonna sign in with Google. And I need another account. I don't even know if what's my... What are my Google accounts? Okay, I do have another one. I can use my name. And then whatever this password is. Okay. Oh no. Please tell me I don't have to do anything with YouTube. That would be so weird. Okay. I'm back. I signed in. There was an invite key. Did it pick it up? Ooh, baby. Look at that. Now, they're both a part of the same tenant ID with two users. So, on our team page, we can now do get the users, right? Prisma, user, find many, where the tenant ID is our tenant ID. And then just to make this quick and dirty, And with that, we have successfully implemented Teams and logging in and inviting people. The one thing I want to do while I'm thinking about it is that I want to delete the cookie once we create the user. Right, so this way, once they've gone through the invite flow, we will not keep that cookie around. So if they come back there or someone else comes back there somehow, they don't get invited to the same tenant. That's the downside of cookies. So I'll do a little research and see if there's a better way to pass that through the Google OAuth flow. But if not, there you have it. Successfully invited somebody to my team, and they also have the correct role, which you can see if I just like add it to my, right, I can just do user.role, and then you can, boom, I am the owner, this person's the user, and now we can kind of run through and start limiting what people can do based on their role. So let's commit, and I think we're gonna call that a day. That is awesome. Let's see here. Full face, click filters, boop. Thank you everybody for stopping by. Thanks for listening to me go through and build out the billing section and inviting users to our tenant. So we covered quite a bit of ground here. The Stripe integration was mostly straightforward, which was fantastic. There was a little bit in the beginning while we had to figure out the lookup key, but besides that, it was pretty smooth sailing. I'm going to try and take some of these bits, probably both of these actually are probably good videos on their own, how to do an invite link, how to do Stripe subscription billing. So I'll build those into videos if you're looking to like solve that particular problem. And if there are variations of that, feel free to shout them out. To be like, hey, yeah, I wanted to see like how to do metered, you know, subscriptions or per seat subscriptions. How would I do that? But it is 3:50. I'm going to call it good. There is not going to be a stream on Thursday because I am going to be down on the Cape and I have to run a party and it's going to take up my entire day guaranteed. So I will set up streams for next week on Tuesday and Thursday. And I'm trying to think about what we need to do. I guess just some refinement, but like, man, we've hit a lot of the big things. So a little bit of refinement, a little bit of cleaning up, and then like tags, right? Tags and then analytics, I guess, like features of the SaaS, right? Add tags, which take 10 seconds, and then build out some analytics, squash some bugs, and then do a whole big refresh of the user interface to like really dial in what we want it to look and feel like. And that'll be that. So I will see you next week. Hope everyone has a great weekend. A lot of fun. It's only Tuesday, so some of you have a ways to go, but all right. Let me know what you think. Leave a comment. Peace out. Bye.